Before we begin the conference, I suggest that we watch a short documentary that says a few words about the history of the Russia Islamic World Strategic Vision Group. It shows what we have done over the decades in cooperation with the Islamic world, including with the prominent individuals participating in this process. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, please direct your attention. Please be ready to watch the documentary. The text will be translated into Arabic and English. Please switch on the documentary.
أرجو تشغيل الفيلم.
Bir kış 4-5.
In the search for meaning and the struggle between good and evil, we follow the path that faith illuminates for us, bringing together cultures and traditions, uniting peoples. The Russia Islamic World Strategic Vision Group. Early 2000s, the president of the country approves an updated concept of Russia's foreign policy. The main feature is its emphasis on the multipolar system of international relations, a multi-pronged and balanced approach. 2002, for the first time in Russia's recent history, a special group was set up at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to monitor the influence of the Islamic factor on global politics. The vision of the future offered by the Islamic world is increasingly influencing the agenda of international relations. I witnessed how this was born. President Putin visited Malaysia in 2003 to attend the 10th meeting of the heads of state and governments of the Organization of the Islamic Conference. Before that, he was in New York, where I was permanent representative at the time. During his stay, he consulted me whether he should accept the invitation of Malaysia that was hosting the summit. And I said that it would attest to the multi-pronged nature of our foreign policy and its openness to expanded partnership. During his working visit to Malaysia, Vladimir Putin at the 10th summit of the Organization of the Islamic Conference states that Russia's participation in the organization's activities is what is necessary. I'm convinced that Russia's participation will not only add to the bright palette of the organization, it will open up new opportunities for its work, bring weight and voice to the large Russian Muslim community, a community that no longer separates itself from the world community of Muslims and is ready for fruitful participation in its spiritual, cultural, and political life. The most important thing for us is that our decision did not cause rejection from our friends and partners from the Organization of Islamic Cooperation On the contrary, they enthusiastically supported this decision to set up this group. Moreover, the participation of prominent political, public figures and spiritual leaders contributed to developing a clear idea of its goals. We did not conceal those goals. We continue to work in accordance with the principles of international law, which is a fully transparent way. That this causes grumbling and even a rejection in the West. That's their problem. The West does not want to accept any of the initiatives that go beyond the strategic plans they control. Russia was heard and accepted. Most members of the organization approved the proposal. Mahathir Mohamad, the then Prime Minister of Malaysia, played an important role in this.
Because contact with the nation helps to resolve problems. If we stay apart and we confront each other, it may lead to violence and wars. But when we are able to sit around the table and discuss our problem, we can resolve our problem without resorting to violence. So I welcome Russia's interest and participation in the activities of the Islamic world.
Это стало началом нового.
This was the beginning in a new great journey to the East, which, as time has shown, proved to be right. On the 30th of June 2005, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov makes a statement that our country is a great Eurasian power and an integral part of the Christian and Islamic world. The Russian Federation received the status of an observer country with the organization of the Islamic Conference. It was necessary to work with the countries of the Islamic world in a systemic manner. The idea to set up a strategic vision group emerged. Russia Islamic World. Evgeny Maximovich Primakov invited me to his office at the time. He told me about the intention to create a working group of strategic vision Russia Islamic World, and asked how the clergy would be able to participate in this work. And I replied that we had been working for a long time already. We are a bridge between the Arab Islamic world and the Russian Federation. We are engaged in our own people's diplomacy. Less than a year later, the first meeting of the Russia Islamic World Strategic Vision Group takes place, Moscow. There are two chairmen, outstanding Russian statesman and public figure diplomat Evgeny Primakov, and the first president of Tatarstan, Mentimir Shaimiev. The first reason that unites all of us is the understanding of one of the main dangers in today's world. It is division along religious and civilizational lines. More precisely, into two parts, non-Muslim and Muslim. The second reason for creating our group, aimed at fostering dialogue between Russian and leading foreign Islamic countries, is Russia's special ethnic religious status. Russia is home to 20 million Muslims, over 20 million Muslims, and these are not immigrants, as in many Western countries. They are an integral part of the indigenous population. This step, taken and implemented on the personal initiative of Vladimir Putin, was extremely important for our country. It elevated the status of our relations with the Islamic world to a fundamentally new level and expanded cooperation with the countries of the East. And it was very important to choose the right path of engaging in closer ties with the East and to set the right tone in this important dialogue, to study each other. For this purpose, the Russia Islamic World International Strategic Vision Group was established on the initiative of Vladimir Putin. In early 2006, I was invited to join this group, and Mr. Evgeny Primakov and I became this group's co-chairs. Kazan is hosting the second meeting of the group. The final communique reads, "What has been created is developing." A further strengthening of such interaction is not only in the interest of Russia and the OIC member countries, but also contributes to strengthening international security as a whole. The participants of the meeting are convinced that combining the potentials and resources of Russia and the OIC member countries can become a real constructive factor in international politics and global economy. Following the meeting, we adopted the group statement and the Kazan Declaration. In the group's declaration, we stressed that it is important to inform the global community about the principles and values of Islam, and we propose to add courses on the history of religions to educational curricula. The third meeting of the group was held in Turkey, in Istanbul, in February 2007. After the third meeting, the media would be saying that Russia had gone on to implement specific plans. Closer ties with the Islamic world would become even more evident. Then comes the meeting in Jeddah. The group already includes more than 20 prominent figures from the Muslim world. The strategic vision has expanded financial and economic cooperation. The Kazan Summit is a new page. The words Islamic finance, partnership banking, and halal industry are beginning to be heard in the public sphere. The groundwork for such interaction is beginning to be prepared. Russia is a friendly country that stands ready to work with Islamic countries. Likewise, we see openness, interest, and support on the part of Islamic countries, and we see that at the level of states today, there is the most favorable climate for developing relations. The Organization of Islamic Cooperation includes 57 countries, and 85 countries attend our forum. We already see here that interest in our Strategic Vision Group's meetings goes beyond Islamic countries. The Strategic Vision Group reconsidered its modus operandi back in 2014. On Vladimir Putin's instructions. It is headed by the President of the Republic of Tatarstan, Rustam Minnikhanov. Emphasis is placed on financial, economic, and investment mutually beneficial cooperation, intercultural dialogue, developing youth diplomacy. What is the Islamic world? The Islamic world is 1,700,000,000 people who practice Islam. What is Islam for Russia? In Russia, Islam means more than 24 million people who profess this religion. Our president, Mr. Vladimir Putin, understands this clearly. The steps that the country's leadership is taking in this direction are easy to explain and easy to understand, and they bear fruit. Cooperation extends to a common understanding of Islamic traditions on the historical land in ancient Bulgaria, where Islam was adopted by the Bulgars 1100 years ago. The foundations are being laid for the revival of the Muslim theological school, an educational institution that makes a special contribution to the system of religion, education, and trends. PhDs and Masters of Islamic Sciences is appearing. Now we see that there are specific steps, especially after the visit of the president of our country to Arab states. He attended the Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and we see that this avenue of activities will change, and it all started with painstaking joint work of religious figures and the leadership of our country. This task was entrusted to Rustam Minnikhanov, the president of the Republic of Tatarstan. Since Bulgar Islamic Academy was set up, contacts have been established with more than 15 leading Islamic universities. Today we can confidently say that the establishment and the activities of the Bulgar Academy will certainly contribute to strengthening cooperation between all Islamic countries of the world. The Academy is still in the initial period of its development now. that it has been established attests to the fact that we now have a three-level educational system. Time will pass, and this academy will become strong and successful and strengthen its ties with other Islamic universities, both in our countries and abroad. And the education in this academy will be very, very good. 2019 is the year of fundamental change in priorities. The activities of the Strategic Vision Group now include new areas. Engagement with the federal authorities is being organized at a new level. We have included in the group the heads of regions and republics with populations, most of which are one way or another related to the Islamic culture. These include the Republic of Bashkortostan, Dagestan, Karacháyevo, Cherkessia, Kabardino-Balkaria, Crimea, Chechnya. All the heads of these regions were included in the group. As for the federal authorities, we invited officials who do understand the foreign policy priorities of our country. We actively involved people from foreign communities. First of all, we established extensive contacts with the OIC, General Secretariat, and its structures. In my opinion, we have been given a unique chance to focus our attention on and increase the depth of integration and interaction, specifically with these countries, in the context of sanctions when Western countries declared a de facto economic war on us. We are looking for new partners.
As a rule, these are representatives of the Islamic world. We view them from the political and economic point of view. Although we have always had good relations with one another due to a common religion, the shared understanding of peace and morality. Now there is a certain renaissance of our relations. We make effective use of any opportunity. We held one of our meetings in Saudi Arabia. This meeting was held at a very high level in a friendly atmosphere. And we understand the attitude of the king to our president. Had it been different, we would not have seen such a warm reception. And this very high level of our session in Saudi Arabia. We are very grateful to our colleagues from Saudi Arabia. And this work will be continued. The delegation included the Metropolitan Kirill of Kazan and Tatarstan, the first cleric of the Moscow Patriarchate to visit Saudi Arabia, who delivered a report at the session Russia and the Islamic World, the culture of dialogue and relations between the followers of different religions, experience of Russia and Saudi Arabia. I would like to once again express my gratitude to the leaders of Saudi Arabia who hosted this group and allowed us as Orthodox Christians to participate. We saw this land, the people, those who are performing Umrah, a small Hajj, and you should have seen their happy faces. We saw that it is not only related to problems, economic or political problems, but that is very important for religious people to visit the places of the Prophet's sermons, to visit them, to be there, to go to Mecca and to perform prayers there. We saw their happy faces and were happy for them. Russian cooperation with the Islamic world, thanks to the activities of the group, is now multidimensional, multifaceted, and mutually enriching. The Kazan summit has acquired the status of a federal forum, and there are only 3 such forums in Russia. And the Strategic Vision Group, decades later, remains an example of a unique model, a symbiosis of culture, science, economics, finance, and investment, and the search for common ground between what is so far away and what is so close.
العالم الإسلامي بعد انضمام الاتحاد الروسي إلى منظمة التعاون الإسلامي بصفة مراقب، وهذه نقطة طيبة للتعاون الثنائي بين العالم الإسلامي الذي يمثل ثلث العالم اليوم وبين جمهورية روسيا الاتحادية ذات الثقل الاقتصادي والسياسي المعروف. وبلغت قمة نشاط هذه المجموعة في الاجتماع الذي عقد في مدينة جدة في المملكة العربية السعودية برعاية كريمة من مولاي خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز في عام 2021 في شهر نوفمبر. ويعني يدل على اهتمام القيادة الرشيدة بهذه المجموعة نظرا لما يترتب عليه تقريب وجهات النظر والتعاون على المتفق بين العالم الإسلامي وروسيا. فنجدد يعني شكرنا للقائمين على هذه المجموعة.
The Strategic Vision Group has become a very powerful and effective factor in strengthening the Islamic vector of the Russian Federation foreign policy. This includes the recent meeting held in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. This is a historic event held by the Group of Strategic Vision with a major exhibition. And this became a historic event in the interaction between Russia and Saudi Arabia. And you know that there is a very active cooperation, interaction between President Putin and the King Salman and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, and very much is being done to develop bilateral relations. Islam in Russia is experiencing a renaissance, an unprecedented rise, harmoniously coexisting with other traditional religions. Our joint work has revealed a broad convergence of assessments on issues of inter-civilizational and interfaith relations, which are discussed in the country and at the international level. We're united in defending spiritual and moral values and in rejecting Islamophobia, Christianophobia, and other forms of religious intolerance. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the group headed by Diana and the group of press and the organizers of the group. I think the film is very good about the history and about the establishment of our group. Thanks a lot. Now a 3-minute preparation for our conference to start. Please take your seats.
Это разные ответы. Там вот здоровость. Здоровье. Случилось очень интересно. Истории, по религии, по искусству, по архитектуре, то, что в жизни никогда читают абсолютно, во-первых, абсолютно компетентные люди, радио Арзамас, а во-вторых, прекрасный совершенно язык. Я радио Арзамас, ну, как я его исчерпал, естественно. Слушать, а заодно смотрела все мои высшие образования, сколько я вот то же самое там все потрясающие лекции,
Только обнять, привет, гостей. Здравствуйте. Молодые люди. Во-первых, обнять. Какой-то ее. Вот еще одна женщина. Спасибо огромное за посещение.
10 километров в час. 6:26.
Вообще сроки.
8 я уже.
Вообще.
Полтора часа.
Она не согласилась. Я не согласилась, но я уже согласилась.
Вот не всем подходит.
Не, подожди, а Карасик не шагали в лоб.
Вот. Ну, у меня сейчас жена такая же, она у меня Жава. И она меня перевела. Я же вам. Здравствуйте. Со мной можно связаться. Прям мне все это. она такая диссидентка еще, так сказать, и брат, и два, так сказать, ушли в жесткую, так сказать, позицию, а вот этот третий, который он остался на нормальной позиции. Эта штука абсолютно не политизирована. Там нет, знаешь, мешка, так сказать, что пытаются все-таки. Нет, там исключительно люди профессионально разбирающиеся. Если там про ислам читают, то это люди, так сказать, да? Если они там про архитектуру, то это будет архитектура. Там нет история какая-то прекрасная совершенно. Все повторяется. Конечно. Пройдем с дышком.
Аплодировать нужно, не нужно? Да, нужно. Нужно, давай.
Марат Шахризанович. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear participants of the meeting. I'm glad to welcome you once again in Tatarstan at the annual meeting of the Strategic Vision Group, Russia, Islamic World. I'm grateful for your attention and joint work. At present, the role of the group has particularly increased and become important. It has become a supporting structure, so to speak, in relations between Russia and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and a tool for strengthening friendship, mutual understanding and trust. In addition, the group is a unique platform of interfaith dialogue at the global level aimed at protecting traditional, spiritual and moral values, and a platform for direct dialogue between the Russian Orthodox Church and the Islamic world. The theme of our today's meeting is Russia, Islamic World, a just multipolar world order and safe and secure development. During the meeting, we will exchange opinions on the main topics of the forum. We will listen to the reports of the participants and honorary guests, and we will also prepare expert proposals based on our discussions. Dear colleagues, dear participants, I would like to give the floor to Deputy Prime Minister of the Russian Federation, Chairman of the Organizing Committee for preparing and holding the International Economic Forum Russia Islamic World Kazan Forum 2024, Mr. Marat Husnulin, to read out the greetings and the welcome remarks of the President of the Russian Federation, Mr. Vladimir Putin, and for his remarks. You have the floor. Good afternoon, dear Mr. Minikhanov, dear colleagues, dear spiritual leaders, guests and participants of today's meeting. On behalf of the government of the Russian Federation and my personal capacity, I'd like to welcome you at the plenary meeting of the Russia Islamic World Group of Strategic Vision. At the beginning of today's meeting, I would like to read out the welcome remarks of the President. Dear friends, I would like to welcome the participants and guests of the 15th International Economic Forum Russia Islamic World, which is being hosted warmly by Kazan. Once again, the Republic of Tatarstan is clearly demonstrating its enormous potential and its strong commitment to moving forward in a wide range of areas. The region's achievements in the economy, social sphere, science and culture are truly impressive and serve as another visible evidence of the significant contribution that Russian Muslims living in the Republic and residents of the Republic of all ethnicities make to the development of our country, strengthening its sovereignty and influence in the world, and ensuring stability and harmony in our society. Russia cherishes its traditionally friendly ties with Muslim countries. We highly appreciate their aspiration to pursue an independent foreign policy and to increase their role in international affairs. Together, we call for a democratic multipolar world order based on the rule of law and the principles of justice, free from any form of dictate and discrimination. And of course, we are determined to expand mutually beneficial cooperation in all spheres, from trade and investment to sports and tourism. We attach great importance to the next meeting of the Russia Islamic World Strategic Vision Group, with the participation of representatives of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. It is important that Russia's cooperation with this authoritative international body on topical issues on the regional and global agenda is growing. I'm confident that the work of the forum, as always, will be substantive and constructive and will take place in the spirit of openness and trust. It will serve to further strengthen friendship and creative partnership between our countries and peoples. I wish you fruitful discussions and all the best. President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin. Dear friends, developing cooperation with the Muslim countries is one of the priorities of our foreign policy. Today, this cooperation has acquired a strategic character of strategic partnership, and is dynamically developing thanks in many ways to the Group of Strategic Vision. For more than 15 years, it has carried out its activities aimed at establishing contacts between Russia and Muslim countries, making invaluable contribution to further strengthening its ties. Dear friends, despite the new challenges and threats that the world is facing now, our relations continue to be stable and predictable and open up new prospects for our joint efforts. Today we're meeting at a difficult time in the context of confrontation with the Western countries. At the same time, the Islamic world is going through hardships in the Middle East, subjected to the risk of fundamental norms of international law that West is trying to replace with the order based on allegedly democratic principles, on the principles whose aim is to divide friendly countries and hinder the establishment of a multipolar, fair world order that we have been trying to establish together. Thus, the traditional norms and high moral values that are at the heart of spiritual books are being eroded, which is unacceptable. In this context, it's particularly important to explain to people what the Russian people is. We have always been in support of the cause of unity between ethnic groups and peaceful coexistence. Islam is an important religion for many Russians. Alongside many other traditional religions, it has affected greatly the unique civilization of Russia, where representatives of many ethnicities and faiths coexist peacefully. Dear friends, once again, thank you very much for supporting us. I would like to extend my gratitude to the Republic of Tatarstan and the Spiritual Board and the Group of Strategic Vision for their efficient work. I'm convinced that the activities they carry out will certainly become an important step on strengthening cooperation in various areas. I expect that our closeness will make our mutual understanding better. Together we'll be able to overcome all the existing challenges and ensure prosperity of our people. So I wish you fruitful work and all the best. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed for this, for the preparation of the Kazan Forum. Now, I would like to give the floor to our honored guest, the national leader of the Turkmen people, chairman of the Khalq Maslahata of Turkmenistan, the deeply respected Mr. Berdimuhamedov.
Уважаемый dear Rustam Nurgaliyevich, dear participants of the conference, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, allow me to warmly welcome all participants and express my gratitude to the Rais of the Republic of Tatarstan, esteemed Rustam Nurgaliyevich Minnikhanov, for the invitation to take part and contribute at this important forum. Taking this opportunity, would like to note the immense role of Rustam Nurgaliyevich in strengthening fraternal relations between Turkmenistan and the Republic of Tatarstan. His personal long-term merits in the development of economic, cultural, scientific, educational, and sport ties with our country. It's natural that the rise of the Republic of Tatarstan enjoys great respect and credibility among the entire Turkmen people. We see in his person not just a leader of one of the most developed regions of Russia, with which our country has been developing mutually beneficial relations for many years, but also a faithful, devoted friend and steadfast and comprehensive, pragmatist, brotherly Turkmen-Tatar ties as the most important factor in the successful development of strategic partnership between Turkmenistan and the Russian Federation. Let me express to you, dear Rustam Nurgaliyevich, my deep gratitude for this. And of course, the outstanding contribution of Rais of the Tatarstan to strengthening Russia's ties with the Islamic world, building bridges of mutual understanding and cooperation, combining long-term interests and goals should be emphasized. Largely thanks to the efforts of Rustam Minnihanov, his skill as a politician and diplomat to build respectful, trusting, open relations with the leaders of many states, we see significant progress in this direction. One of the results is holding of the current forum and the broad and representative composition of its participants. A difference, it is obvious that today Russia's relations with the Islamic world are on the rise. They are gaining momentum and consistency, covering new areas with increasingly clear guidelines and growing potential. I believe that this is a natural and an objective process. It is based on a deep historical context, centuries-old experience of geographical neighborhood, mutual cultural and spiritual penetration and enrichment, similar understanding of true values and moral attitudes inherent in the peoples of Russia and Islamic states. For centuries, Russia and Muslim countries have been creating a civilizational belt connecting East and West, from the Pacific Ocean to the Atlantic. Unique forms of relations were formed, which were based on mutual respect, tolerance, and a recognition of each other's interests. This historical experience in current conditions again requires special significance and necessity. And in this context, Russia and Islamic countries provided an example of how relations between states and peoples can and should be built respectfully, equally, delving into and understanding the needs and requirements of a partner without resorting to pressure, threats, or use of the short-term benefits. And I'm convinced that this is our strength, advantage, and perspective. It is also obvious that this approach is gaining more and more supporters in the world. At the same time, in addition to the principles mentioned above, I believe that Russia and the Islamic world are called upon to show examples of effective and attractive economic and technological models of cooperation, adherence to traditional values, peace, and social justice, which serve as a moral core and support for us, should be combined with the introduction of modern trends, innovative implementations in the economy and daily life. And here, I'm convinced there is a huge area and field for joint activities. Russia's powerful technological, scientific, and educational potential, together with such indisputable advantages of many states of Islamic world as developed infrastructure, vast natural resources, young and mobile population, and other growth factors create conditions for large-scale joint projects, building sustainable lines of industrial, energy, transportation, cooperation, scientific and educational exchanges, combining intellectual forces and advanced breakthrough solutions. In general, I'm convinced that being open to cooperation for the whole world, Russia and Islamic countries combining their enormous opportunities are capable of influencing global trends in the most serious and positive way in politics, economy, morally, and psychologically, and demonstrating with this that goodwill, peacefulness, respect, and striving for progress, not at the expense of identity, national dignity, and historical experience should remain the cornerstone of relations between states and peoples. Dear friends, there is no alternative here. Turkmenistan, as a responsible member of the world community and part of the Islamic world, sees its goal as promoting this approach by proposing concrete steps and actions. As is known, at the 78th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations, the President of Turkmenistan took the initiative to develop a global security strategy, an organic part of which would be the use of the potential of neutrality and preventive diplomacy. Another important event was the unanimous adoption by the General Assembly with the co-sponsorship of 86 UN member states on March 21st, 2024, of the resolution proposed by Turkmenistan to declare 2025 as the International Year of Peace and Trust. And this is the big and significant event for us. And I would like to take this opportunity to express gratitude to all countries, and especially the co-sponsoring countries, many representatives of which are participating in this forum in Kazan, for their understanding and active engagement in the preparation and approval of this important document. I believe that Islamic countries can play a significant role in promoting peace and trust. Their voice should be firmly and authoritatively sounded with a clear call to do their utmost to de-escalate the situation in the world, to move conflicts to a negotiating track, to create conditions for respectful dialogue, to establish in international affairs not only a culture of communication, but also a culture of consensus. I propose at this forum to consider the possibility of developing an Islamic initiative for peace and mutual understanding and trust. We see it as a coordinated set of approaches and proposals, a kind of roadmap based on the postulates of Islam as a religion of peace, goodness, and justice, and addressed to the peoples of the planet. I consider it expedient to discuss this proposal with the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, other international structures, and work together on the text and put it forward at one of the sessions of the UN General Assembly as an official document. Dear participants, here is an important point. The Islamic initiative should be open for all states to join it. And I'm confident that in this forum it will find a response from all the healthy and responsible parties in the world community, not only from politicians, but also from ordinary people, and will give a clear and powerful signal that the Islamic Ummah is not standing aside, but consolidated and supported by other states and peoples, actively and constructively intends to influence the state of affairs in the world to promote agreement and compromise. Dear participants, dear friends, Islam is one of those strong and stable spiritual bonds that for centuries have linked the multinational people of Russia and the peoples of Muslim countries. The highest culture, moral strength, deep spirituality, reflected in the immortal works of poets, philosophers, thinkers, educators of Russia and Islamic country, is our common heritage. And we do not separate ourselves from the great Russian culture, literature, music, cinematography. We know that they were nourished, among other things, from the source of wisdom, knowledge, and worldview of Islam, and therefore belong equally to Russia and Muslim countries. Dear friends, this year, the 300th anniversary of the birth of the great classic of Turkmen literature, outstanding thinker of the East, Mahtumkuli Fragi, is widely celebrated in Turkmenistan and abroad. In Russia, in particular in Moscow, the Republic of Tatarstan, in St. Petersburg, the Astrakhan region, and many countries of the Islamic world are hosting events dedicated to this anniversary. I would like to express my deep gratitude to all our friends for this. Turkmenistan highly appreciates such support and considers it not only as a tribute to our national genius, but also as a sign of respect for the Turkmen people, readiness to strengthen cultural and spiritual ties with Turkmenistan. In this regard, I consider it necessary to express one more important, in my opinion, thought. I would like that Mahtumkuli's anniversary would not end together with the celebrations themselves. Dear friends, let it become the starting point for the formation of a new stage of cultural, humanitarian, spiritual, scientific cooperation between Turkmenistan and Russia, the countries of the Islamic world, and inspire our writers, publishers, scientists, researchers for new joint projects on a wide range of historical, literary, philosophical topics, and help to join creativity of young talents, development of the thematic programs through educational institutions. And this is a contribution to the future. which will provide our countries with one of the most important strategic prospects for cooperation, progress, and mutual understanding and sympathy, and will further strengthen the commonality of noble thoughts and aspirations of Russia and the Islamic world. I thank you for your attention and wish all participants of the forum sound health and success in their responsible activities. Taking this opportunity, I convey wishes of peace and prosperity to the fraternal people of Tatarstan. Я хочу пользоваться Dear Rustam Nurgalevich, I would like to thank for all your efforts addressed to help the Muslim Ummah. I thank you.
Mr. Berdimuhamedov, thank you very much indeed for your participation in today's meeting and for those proposals that you have just come up with in your talk. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of the meeting, today our meeting is joined by the representative of the Secretary General of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, Mr. Mohammed Salah Tikaya. I would like to give him the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the name of Allah, the graceful, Mr. Minikhanov, the Rais of the Republic of Tatarstan, and the head of the Group of Strategic Vision, Russia, the Islamic World, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to pass to you the message of greetings from the head of our organization, Hussein Ibrahim Taha, for the invitation to our group to participate in the current session. We are proud of the fact, and we highly appreciate the fact that the Republic of Tatarstan is hosting this annual event. And I would like to extend to the leaders of Tatarstan and headed by His Excellency President Rustam Minikhanov, Rais of the Republic of Tatarstan, Chairman of the Group of Strategic Vision, Russia, the Islamic World, for organizing this session. The Organization of Islamic Cooperation values highly these relations and looks forward to further developing them. In line with the objectives enshrined in the Charter of our organization regarding the protection of the rights of Muslim groups and communities in non-member states, the OIC also values the rights and care enjoyed by Muslims in the Russian Federation. They have all the rights and work in all spheres of life. We praise the role in consolidating relations and enhancing cooperation in various fields. Mr. President, this year the session of the group is held against the backdrop of global political, security, economic, social, and environmental developments and challenges that require intensified efforts and international cooperation. There is no doubt that regional and sub-regional organizations and states have a prominent role in addressing these challenges. The Organization of Islamic Cooperation and its various institutions do a lot to contribute to multilateral cooperation on the basis of common values in conformity with the Charter of the United Nations and the Charter of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. These include the principles of mutual respect between countries, good neighborliness, non-interference in the internal affairs, preservation of territorial unity and sovereignty, peaceful settlement of disputes, the rule of international law, and support for the foundation of peace, coexistence, justice, and equality. In this context, the Palestinian issue The central cause of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation is witnessing serious developments with the continuation of the Israeli military aggression against the Palestinians, against the repeated attacks on the blessed Al-Aqsa Mosque. We call for redoubling efforts to mobilize the responsibility of the international community, especially the United Nations Security Council, towards these developments, and to enable the Palestinian people to realize their inalienable rights, including their right to return and to establish the independent state on the borders of June 4th, 1967. It's based on the relevant United Nations resolutions and the Arab Peace Initiative. In the light of the conflicts taking place in some regions, some geographical regions, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation calls for the beginning of a dialogue for reconciliation and confidence building between the parties concerned in order to reach peaceful solutions. In this regard, the OIC seeks to strengthen the capacities in conflict prevention and resolution through peaceful means, especially through mediation. We oppose extremism and terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, wherever its source, and rejects linking terrorism to any country, religion, culture, or nationality. The organization calls for strengthening international cooperation to counter the phenomenon of Islamophobia and religious hatred. It seeks to promote dialogue between civilizations, cultures, and religions. We call for the preservation of the rich Islamic cultural heritage, to pay special attention to youth issues, to fight for the rights of all Muslims, children, young people, representatives of vulnerable groups, people with special needs and disabilities, the promotion of sports, the rights of women, for the promotion of religious values, including the values of the institution of marriage and the family. Sustainable social and economic development has received priority in economic cooperation between the member states of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. In the face of natural calamities and insecurity, which led to an unprecedented level of civilian displacement and exacerbated poverty and fragility in many countries, the member states have shown a great level of solidarity with the affected countries. We accord increasing importance to science, technology, innovation, protection of the environment, water challenges, climate change, the problems of food security. Mr. Rais, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the current global challenges require joint efforts and commitment to strengthening cooperation, solidarity, and joint search for appropriate solutions. We all look forward to a world where peace, security, justice, human dignity, and harmony prevail among peoples and nations. I wish the Group of Strategic Vision Russia Islamic World further success. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you, Mr. Takaya. Please convey my gratitude to His Excellency, Mr. Hossein Ibrahim Taha, Secretary General of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, for his great contribution to strengthening cooperation between Russia and the OIC. Now, I should like to give the floor to Mr. Konstantin Kosachev, Deputy Chairman of the Federation Council of the Federal Assembly of the Russian Federation. You're welcome. Thank you, dear organizers and participants of the forum. I am sincerely glad to be able to address you at this session, at the session of the Strategic Vision Group. Exactly 10 years ago in 2014, President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, took a decision to resume the activities of the Russia Islamic World Strategic Vision Group, entrusting the honorable mission of its to be the chairman, to the then chairman, the President of the Republic of Tatarstan, Rustam Minikhanov. The group now is holding its session on the same days as the 15th International Economic Forum, Russia, the Islamic World, and the chairperson of the Federation Council, Valentina Matvienko, addressed with a message of greeting the International Economic Forum. I hope I will be able to convey this message of greeting. And the fact that these fora coincided in time and place is symbolic, because in this beautiful capital Tatarstan, both geopolitical and economic issues of our cooperation are being discussed at the same time, which ensures the most comprehensive approach to this important issue. The honorable president of our group, together with the first president of Tatarstan, Mr. Shaimiev, was the outstanding Russian politician, Maxim Evgenievich Primakov, who, as you know, was a prominent scholar studying the Arab world, and for me personally, a teacher and a great authority. He was the one who came up with the idea of this format in the early 2000s. And at the first meeting of the group in 2006, he said, I'm quoting, "Perhaps no other state whose indigenous population consists of a Christian majority and a Muslim minority can, like Russia, be a model of their peaceful coexistence, fusion of cultures, and the creation of a kind of togetherness, community." Today, this idea of togetherness and peaceful coexistence is implemented in the model of the state civilization enshrined in the concept of Russia's foreign policy approved by the President of the Russian Federation. Interethnic peace for Russia, where almost 200 ethnic groups and nationalities coexist, including more than 20 million Muslims, is a basic condition for its existence of this civilization. This finds a natural continuation in its foreign policy. Russia, as the largest Eurasian power, cannot focus on just one part of the world or its values. However, it is the value factor that is particularly important, not only for the preservation of the unity of our nation, but also for the dialogue with the world majority. The President of Russia, in his address to the Federal Assembly on February the 29th this year, stressed Russia has been and remains a stronghold of traditional values on which human civilization is built. Our choice is shared by the majority of people in the world. That's the end of the quote. It is the common values that are the foundation on which a truly just and democratic world order can be built. When a year ago there was a heinous act of desecration of the holy book of Muslims, the Quran, with the connivance of the Swedish authorities, the government, the Council on Interethnic Relations Cooperation with the religious associations under the Federation Council made a harsh statement, which said in particular the barbarism of the so-called civilized countries has no place in a multipolar world order that meets the interests of the world majority, the values and sacred things of which the collective West today opposes. Similarly, we have always felt the support of the world community of Muslims when terrorist attacks or other provocations were carried out in Russia allegedly in their name, which very often turned out to be backed by completely different forces that have nothing to do with Islam. I'm sure that we are all brought together by a common vision of the basic principles of a multipolar world order that meets the interests of all states, peoples, cultures, and religions of the world without exception. Only such a world order can be considered truly democratic, and not the dictate of the countries that call themselves democratic, but openly violates the rights of believers and worshippers and trample down national values.
The key problem of our time is the contradiction between the unipolar and the emerging multipolar models of the world. It is obvious that the stubborn unwillingness of the collective West, led by the United States, to abandon its claims to global dominance and its own exclusivity from the actual freeloading on the planet's resources, is becoming a serious constraint on global development. The so-called sanctions against countries with billions of people are just one of the vivid manifestations of those contradictions between the interests of the so-called golden billion and the world majority. Endless and senseless packages of sanctions by the West and its allies against Russia have revealed yet another important feature of the unipolar world order. Global institutions and instruments, world banks and currencies, international organizations and monopolists in the field of transportation, insurance or technology. All this is actively weaponized, turned into an instrument of political pressure on those who stand in the way of the global dictate of one center of power. Unipolarity thus relies on specific institutions that preserve and strengthen this undemocratic and unjust system. So, our common task is to institutionalize multipolarity. That is to form a system based on other principles and norms common to all, rather than on an inherently neo-colonial, rules-based order, which is written, interpreted, and applied according to the situation by just one group of states representing a global minority. Today, a number of other states are consistently reducing their dependence on Western currencies. Mechanisms for servicing foreign trade beyond the control of the West are being formed. New transportation corridors are being laid. Alternative supply chains are being established. It is logical that the world majority states, representing 85% of the world's population, not only decided against joining the anti-Russian sanctions of the collective West, but also drew inevitable conclusions from them. New international arrangements such as BRICS, which since January this year has received a significant enlargement, and importantly including 4 countries of the Islamic world: the Arab Republic of Egypt, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the United Arab Emirates, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Russia will continue its dialogue with partners from the Muslim world on the establishing of an inclusive system of global governance. The vast majority of Muslim states in Asia and Africa are our long-standing friends. They are increasingly raising their profile in global affairs, going beyond purely regional politics and demonstrating interest in participating in the settlement of global-level problems. For our part, we do support the leading role in regional affairs of the League of Arab States and the Cooperation Council for the Arab States of the Persian Gulf, as well as of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, which speaks for the entire Islamic world and has a trans-regional character. New global actors representing the global South and East have come to the forefront of international politics and economics. They are strengthening their sovereignty and putting into practice a nationally oriented foreign policy. Russia will continue to support its friends in their endeavor to play an increasingly important role in addressing the key challenges of our time in order to create a just and democratic world order based on shared values, common norms, and guarantees of security and development for all, without exception. I'm confident that the Russia Islamic World Forum and the meeting of today's group will make a significant contribution to deepening our partnership relations between the countries and political forces. We highly appreciate the efforts of the forum's friends and guests of our groups, and I wish you all fruitful work, success, and all the best. Peace and prosperity be upon you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kosachev, for your support and your participation in today's meeting. We always support all our initiatives in the Federation Council. We do feel that, and we sincerely are grateful to you. Today we're also joined by the chairman of the State Duma Committee on International Affairs of the Federal Assembly of the Russian Federation, Mr. Leonid Slutsky. Mr. Slutsky, you have the floor. Dear Mr. Minikhanov, Rais of the Republic of Tatarstan, dear Mr. Husnulin, the Vice Chair of the Russian government, respected Mr. Berdimuhamedov, the leader of the Turkmen people. It's a great honor for me to see all of you here in this room. Dear representatives of the Muslim clergy, Mr. Hadrat Mujahideen, Mr. Ganuddin, representatives of the foreign Muslim clergy, dear high representatives of the Russian Orthodox Church, Mr. Patriarch Kirill, dear colleagues and friends, allow me to convey the greetings from the deputies of the State Duma of the Russian Federation that highly appreciates your contribution to developing mutually beneficial contacts between our countries and for your interest, which is borne out by the fact that you decided to participate in this forum in strengthening partnerships in the format of a Russia-Islamic world. This is a most important avenue of our efforts to reach multipolarity that we have been developing together on the basis of international law and the cornerstone principles of the United Nations that were recognized in the mid-20th century by all the participants and member states of the United Nations. This format we're in today, whose importance is increasing, is opposing the policy of double standards, the political pressure from those who would like to develop a unipolar world, polar on this planet, where all the decisions on how to develop and how to live would be adopted by just one power, center power and center of decision making. This destructive approach has already passed the point of no return. Only multipolarity is possible today, where every country, its peoples and history, traditions and culture, religion and the language could become a certain individual pole, regardless of the size of the country, a certain pole of influence in the peaceful, prosperous and multipolar global architecture of the 21st century. The Islamic world today is an important strategic factor of establishing multipolarity. That means that there would be a further stable development of global civilization and departure from those dangerous trends, steps towards the Third World War that some destructive forces are trying to drag us into in the West. Today, we are turning towards a stable development. It's impossible to overestimate the role of the Islamic world, of the Muslim world in these constructive steps. It's no coincidence that Russia's updated foreign policy concept adopted and approved by Putin in March 2023 contains a specific section related to the Islamic world. This is its title. The friendly Islamic states are becoming more and more important partners of the Russian Federation in ensuring its security, stability, and addressing its economic issues, creating infrastructurally important economic programs. We are talking today, dear colleagues, about a new stage of integration of our interests, above all in the sphere of economy, culture, spiritual sphere, and tapping the powerful potential of the OIC member states in order to set up a grand Eurasian partnership. I would like to take particular note of the Russia Islamic World Strategic Vision Group and its activities. Our country is a multi-faith and multi-ethnic state. Islam in Russia is harmoniously coexisting with other traditional religions. The Russia Islamic World Group of Strategic Vision we're participating today in is a strategic platform for public and grassroots initiatives, projects aimed at expanding cooperation with Islamic states, including in our efforts to look for new projects and programs, above all in the area of economy. And undoubtedly, I would like to pay particular attention in my talk to the role of the Republic of Tatarstan that is hosting today's meeting, its role in setting up a multi-faith, multi-ethnic world in our country. This multi-faith world today is a benchmark of our cooperation with Islamic civilization, a benchmark which is visible far beyond Russia, which has been created for many years in the Republic of Tatarstan. The role of the first president, Mr. Shaimiyev's role is particularly important. We deeply respect this person. He will participate in our work today in the evening and tomorrow at our plenary. Mr. Shaimiyev, over years, succeeded in setting up a role model for cooperation between religions, between peoples, that made it possible for the Republic of Tatarstan to succeed in many areas, including economy, culture, humanitarian sphere, and the parliamentary party that I had, Liberal Democratic Party, and the Russian Peace Foundation that I also had, and this is one of the major grassroots civil society organizations. We all deeply respect Mr. Shaimiyev for his tremendous contribution to establishing a multi-ethnic, multi-faith peace and environment in his Republic of Tatarstan and in Russia as a whole, and his contribution to the Islamic world as well. I would like to say that the following. I'm very grateful to our brother, Mr. Milikhanov, the Rais of the Republic of Tatarstan, that has personally visited many places like Turkmenistan, the United Arab Emirates, and conveyed the condolences to the leader of the Islamic world, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, over the death of a great Muslim leader, one of the founders of the United Arab Emirates, Sheikh Mohammed, which is a great loss for all of us, not only for the Islamic world. Today, the Rais of the Republic of Tatarstan, Mr. Milikhanov, you are doing so much to develop cooperation between Russia and the Islamic world, and your personal contribution to developing and strengthening these ties. And the Kazan Forum, in which we're participating today, is difficult to underestimate. Please accept our gratitude from all the deputies of the State Duma, from all the citizens of the Russian Federation, from those who are in favor of consistent development of the multipolar architecture and your efforts and endeavors in establishing that world order. Dear colleagues, dear friends, today in Kazan Forum, we have come up with dozens of infrastructurally important projects of cooperation between the clergy of different countries, related to the Islamic spiritual education, projects in the sphere of humanitarian projects and research, which is very important and quite serious, and the economic projects between our countries, including the international transportation corridors, south, north, and other programs and projects that would define the economic landscape of the global civilization in the new century are being shaped here at the Kazan Forum. Let me once again express my gratitude to Mr. Berdu Mehmedov, to you as well. You have also played a very important role in those processes, and it is very important for all of us that you have joined us today. And I would like to welcome the representatives of all countries. Over 100 countries are participating in today's forum, and I would like to express my confidence that this forum that is being held in very difficult contexts, when this battle against Nazism is unfolding in Ukraine, that will certainly be won by Russia. Now that we are going through a battle against the destructive forces trying to set up a unipolar world order, this cooperation between Russia and the Islamic world is of particular importance in the interest of a sound, peaceful and multipolar development of the global civilization. In the near future, this will be a great responsibility for all of us, and the Kazan Forum is exactly the platform, is just the forum that makes it possible for us to engage in closer ties and to develop interstate projects that will genuinely bring us together, unite us in the interest of the global civilization. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Mr. Slutsky. We're grateful for our joint work and for the support of the State Duma. The most important area in the work of our group is a deep and meaningful dialogue between Russian Orthodox Church and Islam. Last year, His Holiness Patriarch Kirill of Moscow and of Russia participated in our meeting. Everyone remembers his vivid and informative speech. We are grateful for his attention to the activities of the group. Today we are joined by the Metropolitan of Volokholamsk, head of the Department for External Church Relations of the Moscow Patriarchate, and member of the Interfaith Council of Russia, Metropolitan Anthony. You have the floor. Dear Mr. Minihanov, dear participants of today's meeting, allow me to read out the welcoming remarks of His Holiness Patriarch of Moscow and all Russia, Kirill, to all organizers and participants of today's meeting. I cordially welcome all those gathered today in Kazan to exchange views on issues concerning relations between Russia and the Islamic world. It is gratifying that these relations have not only a special practical expression, but also an important spiritual dimension. The theme of this meeting, a just multipolar world order and secure development, very accurately reflects the hopes and aspirations of the majority of the global population who wish to live in a just and free society built on the principles of mutual respect, equality and trust. Remaining committed to permanent moral values and testifying to the importance of religious faith in people's lives, Russia and Islamic countries jointly resist the onslaught of secular ideology, propaganda of sinful phenomena and moral relativism, which in essence is nothing but a consequence of rejection of God and His commandments. More than 1,000 years ago, the Russian people chose orthodoxy as the basis of their state and cultural development. And in Bulgaria, a little earlier, they chose Islam. Here, on the blessed land of Tatarstan, two spiritual traditions with a common value foundation and moral guidelines have closely intertwined, helping us to look at many things in the same way and successfully find answers to the difficult challenges of our time. Expressing hope for the continuation of our good cooperation, I wish all the participants of the meeting meaningful and fruitful work. Patriarch of Moscow and all Russia, Kirill. Thank you very much.
Dear friends, dear participants of the forum, today's world is characterized by turbulent and contradictory trends. We observe differences in expectations of a new world order between the collective West and the non-Western world. Today, a real multipolarity is taking shape. Globalization is giving way to regionalization. And many people today are concerned about the question of what will be the way out of this crisis. What will be the place and role in the new world of the Russian Federation and the Islamic world as the leading poles of multipolarity? How can Russia and Muslim countries today work together for the benefit of creation, strengthening peace and security, friendship and cooperation? The strategic vision group Russia Islamic World at its level is called upon to contribute to the search for answers to these questions. Next year will mark 20 years since Russia became an observer in the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. This year, the organization itself celebrates its 55th anniversary. And we congratulate the leaders of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation and its member states. Congratulate you all on this great date and wish new success for the benefit of all countries and peoples. Let's applaud to our colleagues and member states of the OIC. At the beginning of May, on behalf of the leaders of our country and at the head of the Russian delegation, I took part in the 15th summit of the heads of state and government of the member countries of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation in Gambia. Such meetings are held every 3 years, and it's the supreme body of the OIC. The motto of the event in Gambia was strengthening unity and solidarity through dialogue for sustainable development. On the margins of the forum, I met with the leaders of a number of Muslim states. We talked about Russia's cooperation with the Islamic World, including the activities of our group. In many respects, our positions are very similar or very close. The participants of the summit show great interest in cooperation with the Russian Federation, stress the importance of unity, solidarity and dialogue in solving world problems, in maintaining security and stability. Leading international organizations, including the BRICS, play a major role in this process. And since January of this year, 5 more states have joined it, including such Muslim countries, 4 of them, such as Egypt, Iran, United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia. In 2024, Russia will chair BRICS and organize more than 200 events in this regard. Of these, Tatarstan will host some 20 major events, including BRICS Heads of State Summit, BRICS Plus and BRICS Outreach. Today, the Ukrainian crisis continues to have an extremely negative impact on global security and the world economy. The whole world has been shaken up by aggravation of the situation in Palestine, tensions between Iran and Israel, bloody battles in the Gaza Strip, and the deaths of a large number of civilians cannot but cause concern among Muslims around the world. Work has been organized in Russia, including in Tatarstan, to provide humanitarian aid. And I would like to thank all the people of Tatarstan and all Russia for their response. We support the position of our President Vladimir Putin on the importance of as soon as possible to reach ceasefire and to resume a political settlement which provides for the establishment of the state of Palestine with UN membership. A huge problem of our time is terrorism in all its manifestations and forms. One of its goals was to sow inter-religion and inter-ethnic discord. And the event in Moscow was awful. One of the names was to sow interreligious and interethnic discord. The terrorists and their customers try to cover themselves with our religion and continue to impose the Muslim.
Крайне важно решительно бороться.
Sorry, it's important to fight this ideology, and to show peaceful and creative nature of Islam. Today, dynamic changes on a global scale encompass not only politics, economics, and military strategic sphere, but also the cultural, moral, and spiritual life of most countries. These changes are taking place against the background of an unprecedented threat to global security. Unfortunately, the collective West is trying to replace international law with a system of some rules oriented towards their own interests. In an effort to maintain its dominant position, the West uses various forms of pressure: wars, sanctions, blackmail, modern forms of neo-colonialism. As an alternative, the robust forces of the planet should oppose this with a model of a just and multipolar world order. It's important to emphasize that the emergence of new demarcation lines is explained not only by military and political confrontation and economic rivalry, but also by the incompatibility of different moral orientations and cultural priorities. The above-mentioned reference points are directly related to security, which includes not only ensuring the stability of the political system, economic potential, and the defense power of the country, but also the preservation and development of cultural and spiritual moral values, which are the core of citizens' way of life. In this respect, Russia and the Islamic world have a huge potential for cooperation. In terms of key spiritual and moral values, Orthodox Christians and Islam stand on similar or close positions. This applies specifically to the sphere of human rights and the fundamental foundations of family relations. I'm confident that positive cooperation and partnership between Russia and the Islamic world will make an important contribution to ensuring safe development in a just, multipolar world order. Dear friends, I would like to wish you support of Allah Almighty in the noble cause of strengthening friendship and cooperation between our countries and peoples, and would like to sincerely thank our guest of honor, the national leader of the Turkmen people, chairman of the Khalq Mashalati of Turkmenistan, deeply respected Gurbanguly Bermudi Muhamedov, for coming to Kazan and participating in the work of the meeting. He has his other program to continue. Thank you very much for our work together. Let's applaud him. And I now give the floor to the moderator of the meeting, Deputy Chairman of our group, Farid Mohammedshin. The work continues. Ladies and gentlemen, participants of the conference, we continue with our work. I would like to draw your attention to the time limit for speeches of our further addresses. Our list includes over 20 speakers, 20 potential speakers. Therefore, please stick to the time limit. Not more than 7 minutes. And please try to give time to all the speakers, and also need time for discussion. For a discussion, though I doubt that we'll have time, but this should be our objective. Now the floor will be given to the chairman of the Supreme Authority of the Muslims of Russia, Sheikh Islam Talhat Hazrat Tajuddin. He is a member of our group. You're welcome. Now, grace to Allah and our greetings to the Prophet Muhammad, its close disciples. Dear Rais of the Republic of Tatarstan, Chairman of the Group of Strategic Vision, Rustam Dorgalevich, dear Vice President, dear participants and guests of the regular session of the Group of Strategic Vision, Russia, the Islamic World, held in the hospitable capital of Tatarstan, the city of Kazan. It's a great pleasure for us to cordially greet you all on the name of the Central Spiritual Authority of the Muslims of Russia and its regional members and the millions of our members. Peace to you and the grace of the Almighty. It is without doubt that this forum will serve further development of our friendly relations between Russia and regions with the states of the Islamic world and strengthening interregional and peace and cooperation, developing new possibilities for cooperation of the Russian Federation with the Muslim countries in the conditions when the situation in the world is very rapidly changing. The new challenges at the international level require a coordinated approach in the decision-making on forming a just multipolar world order and creating safe development. And this is the subject of our discussion, of our session. The Almighty Allah people, men and women, we are created by us. We created tribes for you to come to understand and know each other. And the best of you before God are pious and refrain from what is prohibited by the Almighty. And the Almighty knows whatever you are doing. Therefore, those who believe in a single God must believe that coming closer to God is achieved not just by words, by sincere intentions, pure faith, and the diligence in making true, correct deeds. And our intentions are tested. And they will come for judgment during the judgment day. Because here we're just on the trip, and this is the world of tests, because in fact we all come from Adam and Eve. We are all a single family. And in accordance with this, the multipolar world really exists. It was created by the Almighty, and we must bring those poles closer together. Each of us as an individual is a pole of this world, and each nation and groups of nations are poles of this world. It goes without doubt that if we are sovereign states, that is, we follow the commandments of God, which is correct for the successor, just for the offspring of Adam and Eva. What is done? What is left by for us as commandment are the moral views, moral values for the order of God should not be violated in the world. People should remain people and should not impose their views on others by force. Even the prophets and messiahs were not allowed to do this. the great prophets of the Almighty, such as Adam and Noah, Abraham and Moses, Jesus Christ and others. And their mission in the world, and many before them, they preached true faith and brought to humanity the behests of the Creator only by using sermons and kind words. Those who believed in the Olga and did not desecrated their faith by tyranny and injustice, they will have peace and security, and they go the right path. So this is what the Almighty dictates. And we are concerned by the conflict on the holy lands around the Jerusalem and Palestine. It's the core of this conflict is the injustice towards the Palestinian people, which started over 70 years ago. And over this period of time, the resolutions of the United Nations have not been implemented. The resolutions which insisted on creating two states. Further development of the confrontation of the two sides resulted not only in the violation of all norms of international law, but in the relations between peoples and nations, and the use of barbaric means of war when civilians are injured and they suffer, thousands of them, women and children. Now, when the whole world is in turmoil, we must all contribute to preserving peace and the value of life. We believe this is our duty to call on the sides of the conflict to immediately cease the hostilities, release hostages, and not allow the conflict to expand, and to not to have more deaths of the civilian population. We call on the world community and the Islamic community to join the efforts of Russia to recognize the resolution of the Security Council, to recognize Palestine as a full-fledged member of the United Nations, and to make every effort to restore peace and stability in the Middle East. Help each other in good deeds and in belief, but don't help in sins, and be afraid of the Almighty, because the Almighty, this is the dictate of the Almighty, of the Creator. That's why we do not accept arrogance and terrorism when through hatred people are brought against each other. And what happened in March this year near Moscow was aimed at destroying the inter-ethnic, interconfessional peace in our country. But for justice to reign, for kindness and mutual understanding, for peaceful coexistence of nations, we need to understand the need for unity and unite our efforts, the efforts of the multipolar members, of people of goodwill, for the sake of peace in the world. 2 world wars in the 20th centuries took the lives of millions of people, and our country suffered 27 million victims of its citizens. It's with tears that we remember our fathers and grandfathers and respect the veterans of the Great Patriotic War. During the inauguration ceremony, President Putin stated that we are open to strengthening relations, good relations with all countries which see in Russia a reliable partner, honest partner. And this is really the majority of the world countries. We do not reject a dialogue with Western countries. It's up to them whether they will continue to contain Russia and continue the policy of aggression, which lasted for many years, the policy of pressure on our country. Or maybe they would start looking for ways to peace and stability. In the field of security, strategic stability, discussion here is possible, but not from the policy of force, without arrogance, without their own exclusiveness, only on the conditions of equality and mutual respect for each other, together with the Eurasian partners and other sovereign centers of development will continue our work to form the multinational New World Order.
This is what he stated in his inaugural address. Dear participants of today's event, the mutual trust and respect of our nations and the traditional faith is a valuable gift from God, something that was preserved by our ancestors, and this is what is most important, and this is something we can share with the rest of the world and make a significant contribution to strengthening peace and security all over the world. And this is why our strategic vision group is working. We all support the states and efforts to strengthen independence and sovereignty of our country, to counter the terrorists and their accomplices, Muslims of Russia, alongside our compatriots from Russian Orthodox Church and followers of other traditional religions, and all other religions will continue to make a significant contribution to preserving peace and unity, sovereignty and power of our great country, Russia. And in unity we will be able to withstand these tests, these hardships again that our country and the entire world is going through. Thank you for attention. Dear Talgat Hazrat, we are sincerely grateful to you for those brilliant ideas contributing to the understanding of our discussions. Now I would like to give the floor to the Mufti Sheikh Ravil Hazrat Gainuddin, head of the Mufti Council of the Russian Federation. Mufti, you have the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. والعاقبة للمتقين والصلاة والسلام على رسوله سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين. أما بعد. Глубоко уважаемый
Dear Deputy Chairman of the Government of the Russian Federation, Mr. Khasnulin, dear Chairman of the Russia Islamic World Group of Strategic Vision, Rais of the Republic of Tatarstan, Mr. Minihanov, dear participants and guests of today's meeting, in the name of Allah, the Lord of Mercy, the Giver of Mercy, may peace be upon you. Today, we have gathered again in the capital of Tatarstan in order to discuss ways to strengthen cooperation of our multi-ethnic and multi-faith country with the countries of the Arab and Muslim world. The guests of Kazan always find it interesting to observe the closeness of mosques and Christian churches, synagogues, Catholic and Protestant churches in the street of the city of Kazan. All of this creates a special atmosphere of interfaith peace in the Republic of Tatarstan and becomes an important benchmark of friendship of representatives of various faiths and ethnic groups for the entire multi-ethnic Russian Federation. And we, founders and initiators of the Russia Islamic World Group of Strategic Vision, would like to see this example to be followed by other countries of the world. Unfortunately, in practice, we see how politicians in certain countries are far from the policy of peace and how insane they are in their aspirations to destroy the interfaith peace, not only in their own countries, but in entire regions of the planet. I'm referring to the Middle East, to be more precise, the long-suffering land of Palestine. This is a holy land, sacred for representatives of various global religions. Politicians, public figures, on numerous occasions have come up with various solutions to the conflict, but we see that today in Israel, that Israel is ruled by a party of war that systematically is implementing genocide of the Palestine people. Various states, including the Russian Federation and countries of the Islamic world, are trying to stop the total annihilation of the entire people. Not so long ago, on the 10th of May of this year, the UN General Assembly extended Palestine's rights in this international organization and once again suggested that the UN Security Council considered the question of Palestine's full membership in the United Nations. The UN General Assembly's resolution was adopted with 143 countries voting in its favor, and we know which countries in the UN Security Council uses their veto right, who arrogantly blocks the opinions of dozens and hundreds of countries of the world: Palestine, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and many other countries of the Middle East have always been known for their interfaith harmony. Representatives of various faiths and schools of Islam, Christianity, Judaism, for many centuries found points of convergence. On the whole, living peacefully, preaching God in their temples, mosques, churches. Balance between religions was disrupted only as a result of the deliberate policy pursued by the West, be it France back in the 19th century, the United Kingdom back in the 20th century, the United States and Israel in our century. The peoples of the region today will be able to find a way out of this difficult situation if the arrogant politicians of the West do not provoke new and new confrontations and conflicts. The Russian Federation has never engaged in colonial policy in the Middle East. It never pitted against peoples against each other, didn't try for next to nothing to exploit the resources of those territories. Moscow proposed to the leaders of Middle Eastern states at various levels to jointly oppose provocations to make sure that the region seized the long-awaited peace and security. In one of his statements, the President of the Russian Federation, Mr. Vladimir Putin, laying down the foundations of the conceptual rejection of depersonalization of humanity and the return to the epoch of colonialism in a new disguise, noted, let me quote, "Russia cherishes friendly ties with Muslim states and highly appreciates their desire to conduct independent foreign policy and increase their profile in international affairs." End of quote. We're now witnessing the situation when new global and regional capitals are ready to become more visible and become new poles of a new multipolar world order. It is gratifying that states of the Islamic world play a particular role among those states. Russian leaders, the multi-ethnic Russian society, in implementing principles of mutual understanding and equal opportunities, respecting the right of Islamic countries to follow their own path of development, have consistently developing bridges connecting our countries and peoples, developing major infrastructure projects, having a tremendous importance in terms of politics and economy, such as the International Transportation Corridor North-South, playing a key role in strengthening a greater Eurasian partnership, involving new members in BRICS, a large-scale development of halal industry and Islamic financial institutions in Russia attests to the fact that our state is interested in developing mutually beneficial rather than lopsided cooperation, the type of cooperation that was pursued by Western countries. And we are interested in developing equal cooperation with the Arab and Muslim world in various spheres of economy, science and culture. And today this mutually beneficial cooperation can be developing in fundamentally new environment, and an environment that takes into account the principles of our religion. In conclusion, I would like to express particular gratitude on behalf of the Russian Muslims to all our foreign guests for continuing to cooperate with us and strengthen our context following the commandments of Allah related to justice and goodwill. The Quran calls on us. I wish all of you success and prosperity to all of us, our countries, and may peace be upon you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Hazrat, for your analysis of the issues on today's agenda. We do appreciate your contribution to the activities of today's meeting and to your regular involvement in the activities conducted by the Russia Islamic World Strategic Vision Group. Dear colleagues, I would like to give the floor to the head of the Council of Muslim Communities, Al-Noyemi Ali Ar-Rashid. In the name of Allah, the Lord of Mercy, the Giver of Mercy, I will be speaking Arabic. Your Excellencies, Mr. Minikhanov, the Rais of the Republic of Tatarstan, dear participants of today's meeting, may peace be upon you. It is a great honor for me to convey the welcoming remarks from the leaders of the United Arab Emirates and to wish success in conducting today's meeting. I would like also to note the fact that this conference is entitled Just Peace, and it reflects the way the Russian Muslims are following, the path they are following, and the support of 30 historians from Russia and the editors from Russia, especially from the Tatar University, in preparing a very important volume is an illustration of our partnership between Russia and the Islamic world. This is a full-fledged cooperation in various areas now. We're speaking about the strategic vision, and this initiative is very important to be able to analyze the strategic vision, the multifaceted vision, and the various aspects of this phenomenon, including political and economic one. There are many issues of common concern between Russia and the Islamic world. This is why I would like to say that we should create genuine partnerships between our countries, both in private sector and at the level of governments and states. And naturally, we should evaluate the importance of such meetings, but we should also speak about the new initiatives and come up with new plans and projects as a manifestation of our strategic partnerships. Today, we are speaking about a multipolar world order. And of course, this is impossible if we only engage a political will. We should also do everything possible to make sure that our country's development was manifested in the development of our citizens' prosperity and in the desire to pursue genuine independence in order to create a multipolar world order. This should be done not only in statements and all sorts of interventions at meetings, but we should take specific practical initiatives that could be proposed both by Russia and the Islamic countries. All of this should strengthen our cooperation, our economic cooperation, and this should be implemented into practice. Naturally, this will continue to further strengthen integration in other areas and political decisions, and will be conducive to strengthening our national independence, and we should also take into account all sorts of national factors. Important too are initiatives in public life, cultural life, in youth policy, and certainly this could only be done if we are cooperating in our economies. And today's meeting and our discussion makes an important contribution to these endeavors. We are always speaking about crisis. Indeed, there are certain forces that artificially create various crises, and this certainly negatively affects our efforts to set up partnership. But we should be aware of the fact that the crises of yesterday are different from the crisis we're facing today. And this is why we should have our own vision of how to handle those crises, what priorities we should have when dealing with them, how our strategic partnership could play a role in developing a new world. This does not necessarily mean that we should be ignoring modern crises. We should do everything possible to counter them. We treat this crisis oftentimes in a traditional way, but today the entire world understands the sufferings of the people of Palestine, which is a new type of crisis. We should do more. We want the world to stay united together with the people of Palestine, for them to feel that their lives matter to us, that the respect for their goals and values appreciated by all of us. We should not limit ourselves to statements and declarations. We should put into practice those ideas we come up with in order to support the people of Palestine that needs this support. People, they need medication, medical assistance, food. Certainly, this crisis should be something we should unite against. We should do everything possible to stay united with the people of Palestine and to support its aspirations to set up its own independent state. We should do everything possible to convert statements and declarations into real steps to support the people of Palestine. We should do it by doing something rather than saying something. Thank you very much. I wish our meeting every success. Dear Mr. Al-Noaimi, thank you very much for your intervention and those emphases you made. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Fyodor Lukyanov, Chair of the Presidium of the Foreign Defense Policy of Russia, Research Director of the Foundation for Developing and Supporting International Discussion, Valdai Club. Thank you very much indeed. It's a great honor for me and it's a great responsibility to address such an important forum. For one thing, the topic that we are discussing is very broad and very important for the expert community I represent. Today, we have to reconsider the notions that used to be quite clear to us, the terms that we use on a more or less regular basis, following certain inertia, but if we come to think of them and start to project them onto the modern world, we realize that not everything is so ideal as it used to be.
And the second reason is that the forum, Russia, the Islamic World, held here in Kazan, is definitely one of the most principal fora where we should discuss such subjects, because the role of Russia in the world, in the world situation, I wouldn't call it an order, but the existing situation cannot be overestimated, and the role of the Islamic world as well. I would try in my brief statement to provoke further discussion. In the first place, I will say that we are accustomed to calling the time where we live a time of change, of radical change. This is true, but because we repeat it again and again, we are getting used to the phrase and forget about the sense, the content. It's really a time of radical change, because the principles on which the world relied in the past during a rather lengthy period, these principles are fading away. And it's not only a matter of the distribution of influence and power of various countries, even major countries. That's important, of course, but what is more important is that the attitude, the approach to the interaction between states, this is changing. And this change is of quality content, not just quantity time. These are relations between the subjects of international politics. And here I would risk the use of to challenge the use of the word polar and the multipolarity, which we use so often. A multipolar world is definitely a reality, and nobody now disputes it, even those who have been opposing it for many years. It's the question here is different. What does it mean? The multipolar world in itself does not provide an explanation to us how we exist in it and how the international system should be built, in what way, what is the best way of building it to make sure that we guarantee steady peace and general development. The idea of the word, of the phrase, term pole itself, pole, comes from the West, and when we use it, we must remember where it comes from. American theoreticians of international relations of the 1960s, 1970s, they introduced this term. They made it used very frequent, and it remains correct and precise, but with application to that system of relations which the West believes to be the only possible one. And these are relations of hierarchy, the relations of states, where some states are stronger, and with the use of their power, of their influence, they ensure this polarity. For the West, for the countries of the West, and for the United States, this is unipolar, just single pole, which everyone obeys. But if it does not happen this way, and it seems to be the case nowadays, at least having the poles with a limited number of countries, most powerful countries, which decide and determine the poles of gravity among themselves and then build an hierarchy among themselves. Well, in principle, this is a normal scheme, and we can find a reflection of this scheme in the past, before the 20th century, in the 20th century. But this is the type of relations which developed in the world politics since the time when the West started to use the defining role in the world for the past 5 centuries, about 5 centuries. And in the use in our, just in our country, we started to use this term in the 1990s, and one of the founders of this new approach was quite often mentioned here, Evgeny Maximovich Primakov, who introduced this concept. But I believe that we must understand very clearly that at that time, and for a rather long period of time, since the middle of the 1990s until 2010 maybe, multipolarity was understood as an opponent to hegemony which emerged in the world after the end of the Cold War, and for about 20-25 years existed under the auspices of the United States. Multipolarity as an opposition to hegemony was a very correct concept which was shared by more and more countries. But now we have entered a new epoch when this hegemony, I think it's too early to say it has disappeared, no, but it is weakening, and it's obvious that hegemony will be fading away, and maybe in the next years the idea of superpowers will fade away. There will be no more superpowers. Neither the United States nor China will occupy this position of a superpower. And in this new world, the question arises: what will be the arrangement of the new order when more and more influential actors appear? But they're not poles in our traditional understanding. These are states, major, middle-sized, and sometimes small states, which have a potential or capacity to influence the world. These are different types of capacities. It can be military power, economic power, or maybe ideological, moral, religious leadership. And in the latter case, the countries do not have to be major ones. They may be small countries. And when we use the word pole, we, from the outset, proceed from the assumption that there will be a structure around these poles. Maybe this will be the case in the future, but at the moment, we do not see signs of this new system. And from this point of view, the world order in our understanding of the 20th century maybe will not materialize, because it's not clear how it will be built, how it will be arranged. And from this point of view, I think Russia and the Islamic world have the potential to become the intellectual leaders of this new non-Western and non-polar realization or analysis of the world situation. I would like to remind all of you the speech by Russian President Putin at the Valdai Forum last year. And besides many other interesting ideas in his address, he outlined, maybe for the first time in a very clear way, 6 principles of how Russia would like to see the development of the world, on what basis the world should develop. In the first place, this is an open world, interconnected world, no barriers. The world which is diverse, and this diversity may include different things. We should not subscribe to anyone the way of life. If the West wants to continue with its way of life, go ahead, but don't impose it on the others. It's a method where collective decisions are taken by those who are interested and who are involved in certain issues. That's not a global world where everyone solves everybody's problems. This is only what concerns individual states should be solved by these states without the involvement of, let's say, the US or Great Britain. This is the world of indivisible security, when everyone understands that your peace is impossible without the peace of your neighbors. And this is also a world of justice, and we must understand that justice is not a universal term. People and countries understand this in different ways. It's connected with national values, with religious values. When we talk about traditional values, we must understand that some basic principles are common, but as to other things, they are not the same. And finally, this is the world of equality. But here again, we must understand, and the President noted it here, that equality is impossible in its direct essence, because the countries are different with different potential, because major countries and smaller countries do not have the same capabilities, the same potential. But what is important is to understand that every country which has some potential, maybe in its rather limited sphere, every country, every nation, and its interests should be taken into account. And the influence of any country, of any community on the world, is the basic principle of equality. No one should be suppressed. I reminded you of this speech by President Putin, because I believe that the picture which was described in his speech in a very brief way, in a very general way, and I hope the President will develop further on this part. But I think that this picture which he painted is in keeping with the new understanding of the global processes which we need in order to depart from the previous categories, which do not really cover the new situation, the new system. And fortunately or unfortunately, depends on us, should not expect that the world order will come by itself, especially in the foreseeable historical future. But absence of the order which is based on dominance in hierarchy, like it used to be in the previous century, does not necessarily mean the incoming chaos. And I believe that the Russian traditions described by many speakers before me, and traditions of the Islamic world, by definition, are very diverse, and this is a diverse community. And our traditions, and not Western approach to polls based on dominance. It's our traditions which can provide a new vision of how the world will function in the decades to come. Thank you. Thank you, Fedor Alexandrovich, for your interesting address. In fact, you really covered, you really touched upon important issues, and they reflect the transformations, the tectonic transformations which are happening throughout the world. Now I would like to ask the floor, Saad Izzat, our friend from many times, the director of the Egyptian Council on International Relations, the ambassador, plenipotentiary, and extraordinary. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers of this forum for the wonderful reception, for hospitality. I would also like to congratulate the Russian people, the Russian leaders on the 97th anniversary, 79th anniversary of the victory over Nazism. the dreams of some people that the United States would build a new just world, they have been destroyed. That became impossible, and in the conditions of growing tension and aggravation of relations, in the situation in the United States itself, where there are more and more, there is more and more tension between the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, and the weakening role of the United States as the regulator of the international world, all this has become a fact, a reality. The U.S. foreign policy is just a set of new challenges, and they demand military solutions. How did that happen? We saw it in front of, just with our own eyes, with the failure of the United States foreign policy in Afghanistan, and with a reference to Iraq and Yemen, and their failure to help in settling the conflict between Israel and the Palestinians. The United States did not learn any lessons from the failures they had made in their foreign policy. And even American observers, even American scholars note that the United States had never made so many political failures and mistakes in their policies. Now we hear that the United States and Western countries, when they claim that everything remains as it was and the United States continues to dominate the world, this position, this approach has the opposite effect, opposite to what the United States intends to see. In practice, it results in a situation when the United States has to use its veto power in the Security Council, which is a sign of weakness. And we see it when the Security Council is making attempts to solve the Gaza crisis. And the Secretary General requested the Security Council session to solve this problem when the United States imposed another veto. There is, as a result, we make a conclusion we come to a conclusion that the United States continues to retreat. And we should look, the world should look for alternative decisions. And consultations and a dialogue should start. The world should look for solutions which would take into account the interests of all the parties involved. The policy of unilateral support to Israel and hostility towards Iran, this kind of policy does not bring any positive result. And we see how it's reflected in the situation in Ukraine. The United States policy of supporting Israel resulted in a catastrophic developments in Palestine. That's what we observe today, the war in the Gaza Strip. These developments have demonstrated that it's impossible to reach positive results following the policy pursued by the United States. The U.S. policy resulted only in the death of thousands of Palestinians, as well as suffering of the Israeli people, when many of them were also wounded and injured. The U.S. universities have also seen the unrest as a result of protest against the U.S. policy. Dozens of students have been arrested during this unrest. The U.S. administration is trying to force journalists and other mass media representatives not to use in their publications such words as genocide against the people of Palestine. And so we see real pressure on the part of the U.S. administration on mass media, repression of the freedom of expression of opinion. Washington continues to object to the idea of an independent Palestinian state.
And it continues to use veto in the practical solutions of that problem. And it seems that the Americans are trying to lay down the status quo in the Far East and somehow to influence the position of China with regard to Taiwan. And this is something that could be clearly seen from their annual presentation on the human rights record that was published quite recently. Ladies and gentlemen, starting in the 1990s, the Russian Federation and China have been openly opposed to Americans' efforts to preserve their dominance. This was the policy, the prevention policy pursued with regard to China by the United States, and all the countries of the Middle East clearly see it, that the U.S. attempt to justify Israel in its nuclear policy, for instance, and to preserve Israel as a nuclear power caused a different reaction, different from what was expected. And Russia and China jointly supported the Middle Eastern peoples is an example of the fact that the major powers of the world and of the entire regions are strongly against the current policies pursued by the West and the United States in particular, and against the creation of new alliances. What we see now is greater power of those countries who want to be independent from and of the West. This is something that Mr. Minekhanov, Mr. Fyodor Lukyanov spoke about. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much for your deep analysis. We highly appreciate your active participation in our group's activities. We will be always glad to welcome you in the Russian Federation. Now, I would like to give the floor to the Director General of the World Muslim Organization for Finance, Culture, and Dr. Salim bin Muhammad Al-Malik.
Во имя Аллаха, милостивого, милосердного. Слава Аллаху.
In the name of Allah, the Lord of Mercy, the Giver of Mercy.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is my deepest gratitude to the organizer of this esteemed forum in the vibrant city of Kazan, graciously hosted by the government of Tatarstan. Let me start by congratulating the Russian Islamic World Strategic Vision Group and all collaborators of this outstanding event. This initiative signifies a crucial stride towards fostering cooperation and reshaping global dynamics. ISISCO, the Islamic World Organization for Education, Science and Culture, with the Strategic Vision Group, demonstrate a shared interest in strengthening the ties and exploring concrete strategies and collaborative efforts to empower youth, foster intercultural dialogue, and lay the foundation for a more inclusive and sustainable future. Last year, bilateral visits between ISISCO and Tatarstan took place. Since then, a fruitful collaboration commenced. We were able to envision further collaboration, particularly when it comes to youth. But we also registered the astronomical observatories of the Kazan Federal University on the Islamic World Heritage List. And we are now in the process of registering San Pantui and more to come. ISISCO has announced 2023 as the ISISCO Year for Youth to emphasize the crucial role of youth in building a sustainable world and to enable the youth to align with global advancement and challenges. We believe that the collaboration with the SPG group, with the SPG in particular, and Russia in general, is a golden opportunity to leverage our strength and resources and to address pressing global challenges and seize opportunities for growth and development. From enhancing trade and investment to promoting culture exchange and understanding, and provide a platform for substantive dialogue and cooperation. However, building a strong partnership requires trust, transparency, and genuine commitment to our mutual benefits. The SVG must be guided by principle of equality and inclusivity to ensure positive outcome for all involved. In this 15th edition of Kazan Forum, ISISCO not only has a booth at the exhibition center, which I invite you all to visit, but we also are organizing special sessions dedicated to the educating the new generation of youth. We are here, ISISCO, with my delegates, participating in this important event, looking for initiatives, looking for programs, looking for collaboration to build, support, and bridge the gap and envision the opportunities between Russia and our institutions. I suggest that we have a simulation, a BRICS, a simulation, we call it the BRICS Youth Summit, involving all youth, not from Russia, but also from our member state, to discuss the future challenges of youth. Their recommendation can be presented at the BRICS Summit. In conclusion, the Russia Islamic World Strategic Vision Group represents a beacon of hope in an uncertain world. So let's seize this chance with determination, strong will, and shared vision of a better world for all of us. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much for contributing to our conference. I would like to give the floor to the permanent representative of the Republic of Crimea, to the President of the Russian Federation, Mr. Muradov. Mr. Muradov, you have the floor. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Dear colleagues, dear participants of today's forum, above all, I have the honor to convey cordial greetings from the head of the Republic of Crimea, Mr. Sergei Aksionov, and all Muslims of Crimea. Sergei Aksyonov is now is protecting Crimea from the American and British missiles that are all well known to the Arab world. The active annual participation of the Republic of Crimea in the forums of the Islamic world is not accidental. Let me remind you that the Crimean people was the first in the 21st century that shed the fetters of colonial dependence that it was in when it was part of Ukraine. The self-identification of people of Crimea became an important impedance to begin a reconstruction of the world on the way to its polycentric world order. This is why we sincerely wish to explain to you what really goes on in the Republic of Crimea and its Muslim Ummah in particular. Since the very first days in Russian Crimea, great attention has been paid to the support of the Muslims of Crimea, whose number amounts to 15% of the population of the Republic, and 90% of them are Crimean Tatars. When 10 years ago Crimea returned to its home country, Crimean Tatars reunited with their big family of Tatar people who, together with Russians, created for centuries our great country, continuing the civilizational tradition of preservation and development of the national languages and cultures of the multinational and multi-faith people of Russia. This attitude differs sharply from the 23-year stay of the Crimean Tatars as part of Ukraine. After returning home to Russia, Crimean Tatar language was immediately introduced in Crimea as the state language. A full cycle of education from preschool to higher education in the Crimean Tatar language was established. Crimean Tatar were included in all bodies of Republican power and local self-government. The Crimean Tatar language media, including television, radio, newspapers, magazines, including children's magazines, have been organized. A large-scale program for the restoration and reconstruction of Muslim historical and spiritual shrines has been launched. Hundreds of mosques and madrasas of Islamic sciences have been legally decorated, restored and built. Finally, a majestic cathedral mosque has been erected in Simferopol, the capital of the Republic, which has already become an architectural jewel of the peninsula. The most effective way to be convinced of the reality of what's going on in Crimea is to get acquainted with the life of Muslim on the spot, is to visit our Republic. Therefore, as the government, we gladly support the idea of the Spiritual Board of Muslims of Crimea to invite representatives of the leadership of the member states of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation to participate in the opening of the Cathedral Mosque at the end of May this year, and this is something we'll announce officially a little later. We stress that the Western information centers spreading fake news about the alleged oppression of Crimean Tatars in Crimea and trying to silence the achievements of the Muslims of Crimea have never been to Crimea themselves and stubbornly refuse to visit the Republic to get acquainted with the modern life of Muslims on the peninsula. Moreover, under the influence of disinformation and outside pressure, the stamping of resolutions beneficial to the West countries in high-level international organizations, which unfortunately was confirmed by the latest OIC conference in Banjul in early May. We reaffirm once again our readiness to discuss any issues of interest to OIC member states regarding the Crimean Peninsula. We kindly ask you, our friends, not to support negative resolutions on these issues designed by the West on various fora and in international organizations. We would be most grateful to you for that. In conclusion, I have the honor to declare that the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Crimea and the Muslims of Crimea stands ready to develop multifaceted economic, cultural, humanitarian, social, religious, ties with the member states of the Organization of Islamic Cooperations. Believe me, we do have a lot to offer to intensify these multifaceted relations, starting with the construction of ships at our shipyards, exporting unique engineering equipment, which is unique, ending with the supply of important for your countries agricultural products, including halal products, where we do have that tradition. Wheat flour, fertilizer, sunflower oil, natural essential oils, so many other mutually beneficial projects. So we are also ready to advance and promote your products because we are the closest region of Russia to you. If you look at the geographical map, you will see that we are next to the Middle East, north of Africa, Turkey. We also count on establishing strong transportation links, including the organization of cargo and passenger traffic with Turkey, which is geographically close to us, countries of the Middle East, North Africa, and other Muslim countries. Despite the fact that the West ignores Crimea, we proud to live there, following the formula of the great wise man Omar Khayyam. He who is beaten by life will achieve more. He who has eaten a peck of salt appreciates honey more. He who shed tears laughs more sincerely. He who has died knows that he lives. The Crimea does live. Do come and see it with your own eyes. The best of all to you. Thank you very much. I would like to give the floor to the Secretary General of Mashabu movement, Dr. Hamid Shahriari, the Republic of Iran. Your Excellency, Rais of the Republic of Tatarstan, dear participants of the forum, above all, I would like to extend my gratitude to the Rais of the Republic of Tatarstan, Chair of the Russia Islamic World Strategic Vision Group, and to thank Mr. Farid Muhammedshin, our moderator, a deputy chair of the Strategic Vision Group. I must say that certainly we should take those opportunities that are afforded to us in order to promote cooperation between Russia and Islamic countries, to deepen and broaden that cooperation. In the past years, we have witnessed important changes in international relations. We all know that at the connivance of the West and the United States in particular, a real genocide is being carried out against the residents of the Gaza Strip. What is fully ignored is the life and the interests of the people of that region. And naturally, many wars and conflicts that were conducted in that area of the world and elsewhere only serve the interests of the elite, that only fan the contradictions and put oil into the flame of conflicts in an attempt to seek their interests. They did not learn the lessons of World War II. Now, the countries of the Islamic world can strengthen their cooperation and challenge those who are against them. We believe that international cooperation should be based on the principle of equality and fairness. All the opportunities should be provided to those countries which are interested in developing and fostering a new world order. All the opportunities, all the resources. We are against the activities that can result in a new global conflict. We should say that we are in favor of stability, peace, and strengthening of our cooperation, but we should also make specific steps in order to broaden that cooperation and give the opportunity to investors to invest in developing economies of the region. Today, we are witnessing the emergence of a new world order, and this attests to the fact that a new world is inevitably will replace the previous world order, and now we see those drastic changes occurring in the world. Global history says that such changes will inevitably result in a new world, in a new world order. Now I would like to say a few words about the operation that was entitled Al-Aqsa Flood, the uprising of the Palestinian people.
This is the unrest of the Palestinian world, people against occupiers. We must unite our efforts in order to help the people of Palestine. We believe that this operation was a real challenge for the forces of aggression, the forces of Zionism. And we know that the result of the military operation, in the result, thousands of people were killed. And we must raise our voice and take concrete measures in order to help the people of Palestine. We know that the number of victims of this conflict reached 40,000 people, over 40,000 people wounded and killed. Most of them are women, old people, and children. Many of them were also wounded and injured. We know that Zionist Israel, supported by the United States, is trying to put an end to the existence of the Palestinian people, put an end to the dreams of the Palestinian people to create their own independent states. Zionists and their supporters have their own self-serving interests, which they pursue. And we clearly understand what these forces are, those forces who fight the interests of the people of Palestine. Those forces commit real genocide against the people of Palestine. And the new world order definitely must come to oust the old world order. And we shall put an end to the attempts to restore the reactionary intentions or the intentions of the reactionary forces which want to terminate the dreams of the Palestinian people to create their own state. Unfortunately, the Security Council of the United Nations failed to adopt constructive resolutions that could put an end to this conflict, to this massacre, and to attempt an end to the bloody adventurist policies. We must act together against Zionist occupiers, and we must do everything to disseminate the ideas of the multipolar world. We want a just world And the only path, the only way to fight the reactionary forces is to organize our common movement at the level of the Islamic world, Russia, China, and we need to oppose forces who are fighting our peoples, the Palestinian people. We must block the attempts of the countries of aggression, the attempts to continue with the policy of genocide, which we see in the Gaza Strip. On behalf of our Council on the approximation of the Islamic mazhabs, we must do everything to bring our positions closer and undertake new steps, new endeavors on this way, on this path. The only possibility to achieve peace is to put an end to the criminal plans of colonialist powers against the people of Palestine. We must support the people of Palestine and their desire to have their own state. We must support the countries which are fighting against oppression and those nations which still live in such conditions, and we must provide all possible assistance and support to these people. We believe that the future of the world belongs to us, and with us bear great responsibility in this context. And we must now do whatever depends on us to oppose our adversary. This opposition has lasted for centuries, and the crimes committed by Zionists are well known to everyone. And so I shall repeat my statement and call upon you to unite our efforts and to oppose those forces that start wars and conflicts. Let us be united and pray to the Almighty. Peace to all of you. Thank you, Mr. Shakhriyari. Now I would like to give the floor to Mufti of Moscow, the head of the Spiritual Council of the Muslims of Russia, Albir Hazrat Kurganov. Before you begin, I must say that we have exhausted our time limit. It's time for us to draw to a close, and we still have 9 people on our list, those who would like to address us. Therefore, please, just an outline. We have only about 10 minutes, so let's give the floor to others. I'm glad to greet the participants of the plenary session of the Group of Strategic Vision, Russia, the Islamic World together. Today we got together in Kazan, and Kazan is hosting quite a number of important events with the participation of guests of honor, and there is a large-scale economic forum, Russia, the Islamic World in June. There will be sports games of the BRICS countries in autumn. There will be a summit of the heads of state and governments of the BRICS country, which for the first time will be held in the expanded membership. It is pleasant to see that Islamic states are well represented in this association, including the Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Iran, and the Organization of Arab Emirates. In this hall, we see people of authority from the different countries of the world, and those who really feel very close to our common cause. We all want to bring together, not to destroy, and to do good for the sake of our nations and our people. For me, it's a great honor to address you today before such an authoritative membership, and I firmly believe that such meetings are a possibility to strengthen our relations with people of the same faith and representatives of other traditional religions, and to discuss ways of developing dialogue between various groups of our population, and to outline further steps in the future. The Prophet of Muhammad said that the worshippers for worshippers are like bricks in one building. They strengthen and support each other. These words remind us all that only in the unity and mutual assistance is our force and our success. And the developments of the recent time only confirm it. Just think about this. The radicals in Afghanistan, who call themselves the Islamic State of Khorasan, took the responsibility for the heinous terrorist attack in Crocus City Hall, which shocked Russia in this March. This crime took the lives of over 100 innocent people and became a challenge not only to the Russian society but to the whole world. It's well known that organizing this terror effect in this organization, Western supporters were very active, only because our country was brave enough to challenge their neo-colonial ambitions. Unfortunately, we see how the principles of mutual respect, justice, and grace are trampled by those who want to see opposition between nations. I will believe once again we must oppose these challenges by using our solidarity and unity. I am convinced that Russia and the Islamic world are allies in this world, and it's important that this group contributes to this activity. The subject of today's plenary session is completely in keeping with the desires of the Muslim people. Why? Because the Almighty gave us understanding that the world is great, wonderful, and diverse. And that's a possibility for us, is also the responsibility to tend this garden and to make it better, and not to trample on it by pursuing our narrow interests and claiming to be messiahs. I will underline once again that our world is the world of traditional moral and ethic values, religious and cultural diversity, belief in the Almighty and progress. And we need more bridges and ways of mutual support and cooperation. And we, Russian Muslims, absolutely support this historical process. We try to be a bridge between Russia and the Islamic world. We exchange opinion in the field of theological education and culture. Our students take internship in various Muslim universities. In our turn, we receive Muslim young people from other countries and help them to understand the traditions of the Russian Islam, moderate approach, and universalism. In his speeches, President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, outlined in many situations that in Russia we see a unique culture of international cooperation, and this is absolutely true. For 14 centuries on our territory, we have had mosques, and in the mosques the Holy Quran is read. Madrasa schools are active, and over 25 million Muslims come and find peace there. Now in Russia, the state-religious relations are at such a high level that there are very firm traditions of dialogue and cooperation of the institutes of power and traditional religions. It's nice to see that the policy pursued by the leaders of our country contributes to strengthening the unity of the nation and helps to preserve national identity, traditions, and culture of the peoples of Russia. Another important step on the path of strengthening peace and cooperation is the creation of the interreligious spiritual cultural center, educational center. It will be a great structure which will bring together the traditional religions of Russia and will become a symbol of unity in the diversity of our country. And the work has been carried out with the consent of President Vladimir Putin. And in conclusion, I would like to quote President Putin during the meeting of the public chamber when the president said, as to the mosques and the churches in our Russian, in the time, so many of them have been built as the previous world had never seen. About 8,000 mosques have been built throughout the country. And when I talk to my friends and colleagues from Arab countries, they don't believe this figure. But really, that looks like a fantastic figure. And this process is underway, and it will continue for all our traditional confessions, because this is the place where people receive spiritual support. And that's important for the state, and will continue with this policy. That's the end of the quote. On the basis of this unique project, we'll see educational activity, conferences will be conducted, interreligious dialogue will be promoted. The center will also deal with the implementation of humanitarian and charity projects, supporting the vulnerable groups of people and science, preserving cultural heritage. We're open for cooperation with everyone who shares our values and ideals. This center will be a real example of how regions can and should cooperate for the sake of common good, for the sake of building a just world where there will be no oppression, where every nation will be able to freely develop and preserve its identity. We rely on the assistance of great Almighty, and then with this, I would like to conclude my address. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Well, let us discuss our further work, because we have run out of time and we have one proposal. Because some of our honorary guests have to leave. They have many other meetings today because the Economic Forum is underway. We propose a 5-minute break on the left of the hall. All the participants, together with the leaders, have a photo opportunity, a picture together. Then we'll continue for another 20 minutes and give a chance to our other colleagues to speak. And after a brief interval, we expect the address of Dr. Albaks Suthi, the Supreme Judge from Pakistan, and maybe some other colleagues would also like to speak. And if there are some written addresses, you can send them to us, and we'll include them in our publication. And in this way, we can reduce our time limit, because we are really very limited in time. So I suggest that we get together here on the left of the hall, and we invite, yes, our leaders, and yes, participate in this picture, collective picture, group picture.
Dear colleagues, let us resume our work for everyone to be able to deliver their talk. Do take your seats, please.
Когда это закончится все? Минут через 20?
Да.
Да?
Да, не раньше.
Dear colleagues, you're all invited to take your seats. We're waiting for all of you to take your seats.
Да. Ну, это так я ожидал уже. Да пончись, подожди. Народ не хочет садиться. Вот заместитель посла.
Он не в такой вот определенный.
Сейчас. Так, мы дадим. Найдите, кто послами занимается, зампосла Индонезии.
Да, ну хорошо. Зампосла Индонезии. А, так вы просто прилетели. Пойдем дальше.
О,
интересно. Ну, замечательно, все, вот. Просто супер. Я много себе записал идей, все перенесем в министерскую конференцию.
Да?
Да, потом я возьму. А? А почему нет?
Вот, так что сегодня я возвращаюсь. Скорее всего, я так, перед связь. Телефоны есть, на связи будем.
Да.
Я бы сейчас включу, сейчас уже пускать. Рельсы проложены. Паровоз стоит.
Спасибо. Но я в июне попросила, я вам записала.
А надолго еще будет, как вы думаете? Потому что мне там поручили это конференцию Минобровского.
Ну, проводите.
Не, я главная обязанность как члена группы.
Полчаса надо, и полчаса перекусить. Все. Все равно, тут два, отъезд, отсюда 2 часа.
Да, все успеем.
Проводите, проблем нет.
Не, нам в 3 часа, я так что я успеваю, я думал.
Не, ну осталось нас 6 человек. Никак не уеду.
Last year. Yes, last year. This is very so much. That is why I'm doing many for you.
Okay.
Please, yes, sir. Thank you very much. Please take the picture. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Так, уважаемые коллеги.
Dear colleagues, we would like to resume our session.
Сейчас собраться. И после перерыва половина остается.
Главное, надо так, чтобы сбор.
Надо остальных женщин пригласить.
Dear Mr. Minihanov,
раньше говорили. Да хрен с ним, что ты мне... Ты... Так, уважаемые коллеги,
Dear colleagues,
мы хотели бы дать
we would like to give the floor to the Chief Justice of Palestine, Dr. Malfim Suki. If he is among us, we would like him to take the floor.
Пожалуйста, да.
You have the floor, please.
شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to take up much time as the time limit has already been shortened. What I want to say is to convey a message from Palestine, from the Palestinian people. In the situation when the slaughter is ongoing by Israel against the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip and Jerusalem and in the West Bank, in the context of the existing world order, over 76 years, the Palestinian people have been suffering from exploitation and oppression. A catastrophe took place, the so-called Nakba, back in 1948, and the Palestinian people have existed in a world that is governed by the so-called democratic countries. Yesterday, on the 15th of May 2024, the people of Palestine marked the anniversary of those events of 1948. And now, when Palestinians are looking back on that catastrophe, they are going through a new one. A catastrophe that claimed the lives of 120,000 people in the Gaza Strip. They were either died or were injured. Over 70% of all infrastructure facilities of the Gaza Strip were destroyed. Hundreds of mosques, churches, hospitals, houses. Over 370,000 houses were demolished. About 1.5 million people were deprived of their homes. Many of them are living in deprivation of everything. And this is going on in a world that is purportedly governed by the United States. And a lot of crimes that are being committed take place at the connivance of the United States and justified by the United States. All the blood that is being shed, all the victims are something that the United States is responsible for. And the Palestinian people continues to suffer as this US-led aggression or Israeli aggression continues. Over the past 7 months, the United States used its veto right several times. Yet another veto on the UN Security Council resolution granting full membership in the United Nations. This veto is just another example. The United States is not ready to accept the new realities, the new multipolar world. This country is not ready to recognize the just and fair world order. The holy books say that if people are given complete freedom, this freedom can result in anarchy in numerous crimes. And what is needed now from the international community in the context of the ongoing slaughter against the people of Palestine is to send a clear message to the United States and Israel that the international community does not agree with the ongoing slaughter against the Palestinians, and a big mistake should be corrected. Israel should withdraw its troops from the territory of Palestine. Israel should recognize this state on the basis of a solution based on international law and the UN Security Council resolution. Russia and the Islamic world represent an important force. Russia is a great power, and Islamic countries in the Islamic world is also capable of being a global force for good because it possesses numerous natural resources. It is united thanks to a common religion. These are vast territories alongside Russia and China. And all these potentials can help us establish the world order based on justice and equality. This is something we all need in Palestine. We will not raise the white flag, we will not surrender. We will continue to protect and defend our rights. We are convinced that the really free world would take our side in this conflict and support us. And despite the violence imposed on us, justice will prevail. Thank you very much indeed. May peace be upon you. Thank you. So almost every speaker came up with various initiatives related to the support of the people of Palestine. We are together with you. We stand ready to cooperate to make sure that the rights of the Palestinian people are restored. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Dmitry Bogdanov, a minister of the Samara region government. Thank you very much for this opportunity, dear colleagues. Dear Mr. Minikhanov, thank you very much for having me here, dear friends. On behalf of the governor of the Samara region, Mr. Dmitry Azarov, and the government of the region, I'm glad to welcome all of you and convey my gratitude to the Strategic Vision Group Russia Islamic World. The Samara region is one of the major economically developed regions in the Russian Federation, and 10% of the population are Muslims. 157 ethnic groups coexist peacefully in the region, and this is a truly unique situation when, for a long time, there are no conflicts and so many ethnic groups and faiths have coexisted together. In today's geopolitical situation, a multipolar world with mutual respect for each other is the only sound philosophy. This is something that we have discussed a lot today. And here, Russia, alongside the countries of the Islamic world, think alike. We have common shared values, shared respect for one another, and undoubtedly more active work can be an important step forward. I'd like to identify a couple of practical projects, areas, avenues of cooperation where we can develop. First and foremost, this is intercultural relations. Secondly, joint investments. We have been working on that, but we are ready to step up our activities. The potential is here, the investment platforms are here, the tax regimes are in place, so we can guarantee that. Joint research, training students and youth, scholars and scientists. International university campus that we are building in Samara is aimed at attracting the most active youth to joint projects carried out together with our leading universities in the area of outer space, agriculture, medicine, and many other areas. It's important to always pay attention to safe trading route, new logistics, north-south corridor that connects Russia and the Islamic world and helps us to bypass the influence of unfriendly countries. And this is something we're actively working on in the Samara region. We have done everything to create such a hub. We have a deep Volga ports. We have a very well developed network of railways, automotive highways, new corridor, Russia, Western China, that is being built upon the instructions of the Russian President Vladimir Putin with the support of Mr. Husnulin, and certainly the exchange of delegation, tourism that helps us learn more about one another and to communicate more. And this concerns both leaders and people. We should share our values and be friends with one another. Samara and many other regions of the Russian Federation, I am convinced and ready to turn over a new leaf in relations with our Muslim friends. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I would like also to make a brief address similar to the previous speaker, and I would like to give the floor to the chairman of the Mohammedia, the non-governmental organization, chairman of the Global Center Peaceful Islam, Mr. Shamsuddin.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. Excellencies, distinguished participants, indeed I am going to reflect a little bit on the theme, but since the time constraint, I would like to skip the first two parts of my paper, namely the introductory remarks, and the second on the Islamic world, its availability for cooperation, and the third on globalization and deglobalization, which serve both challenges and opportunities. I move to the last part on viable strategic cooperation between the Russian Federation and the Islamic world. It is in this context, cooperation between Russian Federation and the Islamic world is quite relevant and important. It is not only viable, but also urgent amid the world of disorder, the world of uncertainty, great disruption, and accumulative global damages. The need for bridging the Islamic world and the Russian Federation continues to be a defining agenda of our group. Strategic cooperation is a must, yet it must be workable. Therefore, strategic vision needs to be described into strategic missions. It is important to discuss what is good to be achieved, yet it is more important to realize what needed to be done. The reality clearly points to the imperative of not only doing well, but also doing it right. So much has been talked to address the idealisms, but no much talk about realization. Within that context, relation and cooperation between the Russian Federation and the Islamic world are viable based on some reasons. Firstly, the two sides have had a long contact in history, as proven by the coming of Islam to this region more than 1,000 years ago. Consequently, both are not aligned to each other. Islam has become an element of the Russian culture and civilization and has a great following in the Federation and in the region. The best way forward is to promote cooperation in many fields, such as education, or science and technology, economy and trade, and even politics, such as supporting the cause of Palestine or Russian Federation stance in international affairs. Through this endeavor, we can promote mutual understanding and to work together to create a fair multipolar world order. However, a problem remains there when it deals with politics with regard to different positions and freedom of choice of respected Muslim countries to global affairs. Second, the conversation between Islam and Russia has not yet been intensified. It is important to acknowledge that the intention and the focus more on how to understand Islam in the post-Uni-Soviet era. Implicit in this reality is the assumption that Islam needs to be understood because the problem is to be found within this community of Ummah. Bernard Louis, for example, has asked what's wrong with Islam. Others have questioned whether Islam will ever accept the reality of the Russian Federation and therefore coexist with it in a peaceful and productive way. Worse, there have also been questions raised in Russia and how to deal with the so-called Islamic threat. Constructed in this way, it would be difficult for any dialogue to produce fruitful result. The Muslim community is then cornered to a defensive position, trying hard to explain that their religion is indeed a religion of peace and poses no threat to any other religion. Third, the transformation of the world with the United States drifted into a national security state since the year 2001 that performed a unilateral approach and its scholarly war on terror, which is indeed war on Islam, has exacerbated the problem of inter-civilization relation. The U.S. use of force as an instrument of conflict resolution and the primacy of prejudices in dealing with the Islamic world have created an impression that the West is using the war on terror as a disguise for an anti-Islam attitude. The combination between unfair treatment of Muslims in the Islamic world by the United States and its allies has served as a receiver for civilizational calamity. When the perceived arrogance of the West and America meet with the predicament of Islamic world, the future of harmonious relation between Islam and the West has been put in jeopardy. In other words, the war on terror as practiced by the United States, in which in turn encouraged Islamophobia in many Western countries, has posed serious barrier to genuine dialogue among civilizations. Disguisedly, this served as a loophole for Russian Federation to be a strategic partner of the Islamic world and serve as a balancer in this multipolar world order. So, what more to be done? Let me offer a few thoughts regarding this matter. First, there is a need to reform our mindset and our way of thinking. Here, a paradigmatic shift is necessary. Instead of looking at the problem through the framework of clash of civilization, we need to advocate the framework of alliance of civilization. Within this paradigm, way of thinking that juxtaposes Islam and Russia becomes an irrelevant exercise. Islam and Russia should not be seen as binary opposition. Islam and Russia should be seen as the pillars of common global civilization. Islam and Russia should be treated as two forces that complement each other in ensuring and preserving the future of mankind. Islam and Russia should be seen as partners in a common struggle to preserve the sanctity of religion as a source of values for mankind. Islam and Russia should work together to prevent the use of religion as political tool in the quest for supremacy among nations. In fact, the quest for supremacy among nations should be removed from any nation agenda. Finally, indeed, a better world requires change both in the West and in the Muslim world. This change don't have to become in a separate process. Both the Islamic world and Russian Federation. So sorry. Yeah. It is this hope that will ensure the utility of every single step that we are all talking in order to bridge Russian Federation and the Islamic world. It is through this preservation of hope that lives continues to be meaningful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shamsuddin, for your address and for your permanent participation in our sessions. Now I'd like to give the floor to the advisor of the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Mr. Jafarov. Mr. Jafarov, Kamilov. Mr. Chairman of the Group of Strategic Vision, Russia, the Islamic World, Raisa of the Republic of Tatarstan, Mr. Minikhanov, dear members of the group, dear participants of the forum. I am profoundly glad to be able to address you and to meet you today at today's session, which for us has a great importance. First of all, allow me to convey to you the best wishes and great respect on behalf of the President of the Uzbekistan Republic, Mr. Mirziayev. The Group of Strategic Vision, Russia, the Islamic World, the status of which is growing with each year, now has turned into a dialogue platform for politicians of authority, for the representatives of ulemas, experts and specialists from 28 countries of Asia, Europe and Africa. Recently, the Group of Strategic Vision and its discussions have been focused on urgent matters of international politics and the issues of strengthening interreligious dialogue and tolerance, prevention of such problems as Islamophobia, xenophobia, radicalism and extremism. The organization is now raising its voice in the world arena. This forum is organized in the ancient city of Kazan, which is a viable symbol of Islam, education, awareness raising, interconfessional great kindness and great soul. I'm glad to have this opportunity to sincerely congratulate the Muslims of Tatarstan with a 1000th anniversary of the adoption of Islam by the Bulgar community. And in this context, I would like to note the permanent development of bilateral relations between Uzbekistan and Russia in the sphere of economic, trade, investment, in such spheres and humanitarian sphere and others. Specifically, we highly evaluate the achievement of great success in the field of cooperation between our two countries, such as science, education, and culture. And this is confirmed by the fact that at present in Uzbekistan we have branches of 14 higher education establishments of Russia. Dear participants of the forum, we all know that Islam is a religion of moderality, of tolerance, because Surah says, Baqarah says, the Allah wishes for you more simplicity and less hardship. At the same time, in one of the hadiths of our Prophet, in the book of the great scientist Imam Bukhari, this book says, Islam is a religion of making things easy, and those with a rigid approach in this will be defeated by religion. It's worth to note that Muslims of our region follow these prescriptions, have built their faith and convictions on the basis of tolerance and fraternity. In various historical periods, Uzbekistan was one of the cultural and educational centers which promoted the principles of kindness, tolerance, and moderate approach. And so these principles, which are created in Bukhara, created the platform for forming such major religious former graduates of these educational centers, such as Hazrat Ravil Gainuddin, Hazrat Talgat Khatajuddin, Ahmad Kadyrov, Lashkur Pashkarzadeh. And with great conviction, I want to say that today the new Uzbekistan has great experience in providing mutual coexistence of representatives of various ethnic groups and religions on the way towards our common noble goals. Created on the initiative of the President of the Republic of Adrestan, the High Medreseh Bularab in Bukhara, the School of the Science of Hadith in Samarkand, the International Islam Academy of Uzbekistan in Tashkent, the Center of Islamic Civilization in Uzbekistan in Tashkent, the International Scientific Research Centers of Imam Bukhari in Samarkand, of Imam Maturidi in Tashkent, Imam Tirmizi. They preserve the function, they fulfill the function of bringing the moderate teaching to the Muslims of the country, promoting tolerance between representatives of different religions and ethnic groups. In Uzbekistan, in peace and in interaction, we have representatives of 16 religious confessions and over 100 nations and ethnic groups. Dear participants of the forum, it goes without saying that in the current conditions of globalization, our urgent tasks are to profoundly study the religion of Islam and its basics from the original sources, then bringing to the knowledge of the public its humanistic and peace-loving content and sense. From this point of view, this session, this forum, performs a very important function of the bridge and addressing its Muslim Ummah with a call for peace and cooperation. And in its basic, in the basic spheres, I'm sure that this forum will play an important role in bringing to the attention of the world community, bringing the real sense, the real essence of Islam as the religion of harmony, of grace and peace. And will show to the world that our main objective, irrespective of where we live and what faith we worship and our social origin, what is most important is mutual consent, mutual accordance and peace. I believe that today's forum, at the time of various bloodsheds and atrocities in the world under the guise of the holy religion of Islam. So this forum is very important to reveal the real humanistic and real essence of the religion of Islam. In conclusion, I want to make use of this opportunity and to wish you a long, prosperous life, good health, happiness in your families, great results in your scientific activity, success in your work and in the work of the forum. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kamilov, for your ideas and proposals, and more importantly, we highly appreciate the delegation of Uzbekistan's participation in this forum, and I hope we will continue to cooperating in the future. We stand ready to work together for the benefit, in order to attain those goals that we have been discussing. I would like to give the floor to the Council of the Grand Mufti of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Mr. Kenjetaev, who I hope will be as brief as the other speakers. If you are among us, you have the floor. Well, he's away at the moment. Let's move on down the list. We would like to give the floor to the Council of the Secretary General of the Muslim World League, representative of the League in Russia, Mr. Ahmad Faisal Yulsev, who will speak on behalf of the Secretary General of the Muslim World League. Thank you very much. I will try to be brief, but I will be speaking Arabic. May peace be upon you in the name of Allah, the Lord of mercy, the giver of mercy, Your Excellency, Mr. Rais of the Tatarstan and head of the Russia Islamic World Strategic Vision Group, respected Sheikhs, Your Excellencies, dear guests, may peace be upon you. It is my pleasure to convey the welcoming remarks of Dr. Mohammed Al-Hamid, the Secretary General of the Director General of the Muslim World League, who unfortunately was unable to join us, but he forwarded some welcoming remarks. Now we are going through a period of setting up a multipolar world, and what we do is done for the sake of strengthening our shared values. We are fighting for fostering a strategic partnership based on mutual respect and the inadmissibility of double standards. Since the mid-20th century, we started developing fruitful bilateral relations. Indeed, on that path, some difficulties arise and some failures, but what we should see is the greatest achievements. We cannot go on with the violence that we now observe in the world. And as for Islam, this is a religion that promotes civilizations and their development. This is a religion that has always been aimed at promoting peace. And the representatives of various organizations should coordinate their efforts on the way to peace and security in the world. And the Muslim World League has been trying to overcome the differences in our views and approaches that exist between us to make sure that do not hinder the attainment of our joint goals and interests. For the sake of shared values of different religions. And this is something that was enshrined in the well-known declaration in Mecca that in its 21 paragraphs laid down the provisions that were subscribed to by representatives of various religions. And we must be wise in using the wealth of experience we have accumulated in the area of overcoming the existing contradictions in this world. And in this regard, we should pay particular attention to Russian experience. Russia is home to representatives of different faiths who coexist in harmony, and we see genuine partnership between them, and everyone shares common goals of reaching a bright future for the people, for all the peoples of Russia. Both people, ordinary people and leaders of the country make sure no conflicts arise in the territory of the country. And in conclusion, I would like to say that the Muslim World League fully supports the initiatives aimed at developing and further deepening cooperation and relations between Russia and the Islamic world. And there should be no problems in relations between us. We should show solidarity for the sake of the interests of the whole of humanity, and we should act in a manner that this is in line with the laws bestowed upon us by Allah, the Lord of Mercy. I wish our meeting fruitful results, signed by the Secretary General of the Muslim World League. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. I would like to give my best wishes to the Secretary General of the Muslim World League. On behalf of this Strategic Vision Group, we're looking forward to more active engagement. We hope to conduct joint meetings together. Thank you very much indeed. I would like to give the floor to the head of the Eurasia, Ms. Saleh Hager, Turkey.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalam. Именем Аллаха милостивого и милосердного. Хвала Аллаху, пророку его пророку.
Dear Mr. Minikhanov, dear ladies and gentlemen, above all, I would like to convey the welcoming remarks to Mr. Minikhanov, Chairman of the Russia Islamic World Strategic Vision Group, and extend my gratitude for the noble goals this organization pursues. I do this in my personal capacity and on behalf of the spiritual authority of Turkey. Please accept, Excellencies, my best wishes. On behalf of Dr. Erbash, we expected him to join us today. Unfortunately, he was unable to do that. As a result of certain emergencies, on behalf of the spiritual Directorate of Religious Affairs would like to wish the Russian Muslims that exceed 25 million every success. And Islam in Russia is a great value of Russia. These are our brothers in religion, and Islam is an inalienable part of Russian society, as we all know. This is something that has already been mentioned by the President of Russia himself at various fora, as you are all aware. 2015 saw the opening of a Grand Moscow Mosque that comes to symbolize friendship and cooperation between our peoples, and our President, His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, stated that sincere cooperation between Russia and Turkey brings good results both for our nations and for entire humanity, as Russia represents a historically unique civilization which says the coexistence of various nations, and these civilizations are based on the idea of equality and righteousness. The state must support this justice and equality, and people would be much happier in countries where principles of our religion are observed, where the rituals are implemented, and we should respect our religious values and holy shrines. This would help the world become a more comfortable place to live for all of us. Our directorate believes that close relations between our directorate and the Russian Spiritual Board of Muslims, Spiritual Authority of Muslims, is very important indeed, and the Russia Islamic World Strategic Vision Group's activities are yet another channel of strengthening ties between Christians and Muslims and the Muslims of different countries. Thank you very much. The best of all to all of you. Thank you. I'd like to extend my gratitude to Mr. Erbash, and I hope to see him and other colleagues at our future events. Dear guests, we're concluding our sessions to do. I've given the floor to all of those who wish to make a statement. A moment.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and very good afternoon. Actually, I am Syed Nazibul Bashar Maizbandari, come from Bangladesh, from long way from here, and I'm member of parliament of our assembly, and also I'm the chairman of Bangladesh Tariqat Federation. It is the only Sufi-based Islamic party in Bangladesh who is in the parliament. So I took a few minutes. I would like to begin by thanking His Excellency Rustam bin Khanab the Rais, head of the Republic of Tatarstan, and the chairman of the Strategic Vision Group Russia Islamic World, the organizers, and especially I would like to thank the Russian Federation for their continuous unparalleled support for the Islamic world. The Honorable President of the Russian Federation, His Excellency Vladimir Putin, is the true friend of the Islamic world. We find strength, compassion, and brotherhood in His Excellency. So we, from the entire Islamic world, thank His Excellency Vladimir Putin, President of the Russian Federation, for this continuous support and work for peace and harmony in the entire world. We thank you. My dear friends and colleagues, today we, the entire world, stand a place where hypocrisy has become the new normal. The West, although they talk about human rights, and especially America and European Union, safeguarding countries' sovereignty, law and order. But the West has proved time and again that they are about no one, and they care about no one, and are the biggest hypocrite by supporting Israel and the mass genocide, war crimes, crime against humanity they are committing against Palestine and in Gaza. Today, the topic of the conference is very important as it talks about fair, multipolar, and safe development, also the rapid change of politics situation. By safe development, we mean continuing violent extremism, countering violent extremism and its ideology, creating safe space of business and culture to develop among nations and Islamic world, and by fair, multipolar, helping restoring balance amongst country based on mutual respect, dignity, and bonding. Today I feel extremely proud and honored to be part of a strategic vision, as because Russia is the only country in the world which talks about fair, multipolar, equality, respect, and dignity for other nations, no matter how big or small they are. Russia, time and again, has stood by the Islamic world and is the only country in the world who has given real effort to understand the history and the culture of the Islamic society, and individual countries also has given importance to preserve the culture and the spiritual heritage. With the rapid change in the political situation, it is important that we support Russia in the international arena through active participation and actives as a part of a strategic vision group to ensure peace and stability around the world. Based today's topic of discussion, I would like to put forward two very important points for the organizers, and I would strongly recommend these 2 points and being included in the future planning. Number one, strategic vision, forming a sub-group of enhanced business and cultural international interactions between member countries and Russian Federation. For safe development, business engagement is the most important. Vision group can play a vital role in promoting business and culture development. We can organize visits, conference meetings in different Islamic countries with the help and support of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation. We members and can also help in formulating meetings with the visits. Number two, strategic vision group have a start focusing on the youth. Interaction with youth is very important, is their the future. The message of our strategic vision, Islamic world, needs to reach the youth of all the Islamic nations. Plans and policy needs to be drafted to targeted universities and colleges through campaign and publications. Also, I would request that a resolution be taken today to support Palestine and to protest the genocide being committed by Israel in Gaza. My fellow, I'm finishing now, my fellow colleagues, let the world know that we, the Strategic Vision Group, Russian World, will not stop in our mission to spread peace and harmony around the world. Our voices are united under the leadership of the chairman of Strategic Vision Group of Mr. Rustam bin Khanab. And with the support of the Russian Federation, we will march forward, uniting the Islamic voices for peace and justice. I would like to thank the organizers once again for the kind invitation and warm hospitality, and also I would like to take the opportunity to invite Strategic Vision Islamic World to Bangladesh to hold a conference. It would be an honor for me to be able to host the group of Strategic Vision. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Bandari, for your proposal and for your invitation. We'll discuss it. And it's true, Bangladesh is a wonderful country. This is a wonderful opportunity to hold a session of our group. And if it happens, all of us will agree with great pleasure. Now, Galu Batar for a very brief address. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I will be very brief. It's my first participation in the session of the group. I hope I will continue doing this in the future. First of all, I would like to say that there are 1,600,000 people of us, and we cannot cope with such a small state as Israel. It's true that it's supported by the United States, but in the sector of Gaza, thousands of people die. And as a Muslim woman, I'm very confused by the fact that the Islamic world cannot do anything with this situation. I am expressing my solidarity with the people of Palestine. We are facing the American Zionism, British, French aggression, and they kill our people. They kill the dream of the whole people, of the whole nation. And we cannot say determined no to put an end to genocide. I do not want to speak only about the Islamic, only about Arab countries. I am speaking about the Islamic world as a whole. We must take a decision that can serve as a real end to this regime, fascist Zionism. I don't know how to call it, but that's a regime of terrorism. Regime of terror. This is a war against us. We are, the Islamic countries, we are victims. Islam is much higher than many other religions. It's the highest heavenly religion. But we cannot be proud of it and say that we Muslims are acting together, that we are achieving real results. Against the policy which has continued for 70 years. Every day, people die. And addressing you from this rostrum, I want to emphasize that we must reconsider what is called international law. What is international law? What is the manifestation of international law? I want to address you with some other words about democracy. What kind of democracy do we see here? When the right of veto is used to slow down the cause of humanity. We hear many speeches, but it's enough. Time to stop. We must reconsider all the concepts, all the theories that have been used so far. We must show determination. We condemn, and we continue condemnation, and at the same time we sit next to Blinken, the head of the CIA, and discuss issues with them. What kind of policy is that? Is that reasonable? When 1.6 billion people are waiting for the decisions, effective decisions, and determined measures to be taken. And I am from Tunisia, from the green Tunisia, and if any decisive decisions are taken, I'll be glad, and I hope we'll take such decisions which can be carried out to put an end to the murder of the Palestinian people. And thank you for your attention. Thus, I think we are concluding our today's session. Now, again, the last address, very, very, very brief, I hope.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Suhail Mahmood, Pakistan, and I'll try to be as brief as possible. I don't want to stand between the delegates and the lunch. But let me say it is a real privilege to attend this session of the Russia Islamic World Strategic Vision Group. And our warm felicitations to the government and leadership of the Russian Federation, as well as to His Excellency Rais Rustam Minikhanov and his very able team in the Republic of Tatarstan. The Russia Islamic World Strategic Vision Group is a valuable platform. Over the past many years, it has helped bring Russia and the Islamic world closer while building bridges of communication on the basis of mutual respect and trust, and also facilitating practical cooperation in diverse fields. It is deeply gratifying that President Putin himself regards forging closer ties with the Islamic world as a key component of Russia's foreign policy. In Pakistan, and I would imagine across the Islamic world, there is sincere appreciation for President Putin's principled stance against Islamophobia and his condemnation of the desecration of the Holy Quran and denigration of the Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, in the name of freedom of expression. Russia also rejects the malicious attempt to associate terrorism with Islam. Russia is a multinational and multi-denominational country. The harmonious living experience of Russian Muslims and their participation in all aspects of national life is a successful model to be emulated. Russia has also historically supported Muslims in their struggle for independence, their quest for the right of self-determination, and their desire for independent foreign policy. The situation being faced by the Palestinians is a cause for grave concern for the entire Muslim world. It should be clear to everyone that there can be no peace in the Middle East without justice for the Palestinians. We hope Russia would continue to play its due role in promoting a just and lasting solution based on Palestinian statehood in accordance with the UN resolutions as well as international law. Excellency, there are many areas that are being built upon within the framework of Strategic Vision Group. I especially mentioned the formal dialogue between the Russian Orthodox Church and the Islamic world, which is very important and should be meticulously promoted. I close by suggesting another key area, STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, which has been a very strong point of Russia. And we should consider developing a formal framework for Russia-Islamic World Partnership on STEM so as to further expand the scope of collaboration between the two sides. And I thank you for your patience. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mahmoud Sakaya. Thank you. Thank you for your address. It was brief, but very much to the point. Yes, so we'll take this into consideration. And let me now conclude the work of our conference. Are there any more speakers? So I don't see anyone insisting on an input. Very briefly, Rais. No, yes, and myself and all the organizers of the conference were grateful to you, especially the speakers, those who addressed us with interesting ideas about the future. And I think that the subject, the theme of our discussion was interesting, and the discussions were interesting. Provisionally, there have been 16 people on the list of the speakers, therefore we planned our work for 2.5 hours, but in fact we had 27 speakers. Some of our colleagues had to make very brief statements, but if you want to expand some ideas, please send us the full text in writing, because we'll have a publication. After each session, we publish a volume of our speeches in 3 languages, and then your full text will be included into our publication. It's natural that our session traditionally brings together politicians, well-known leaders from many countries of the Islamic world, and it proves that the status of our group is important, and our sessions are very important, and they reflect the global processes of the 21st century. And the Russian participants will take into account the attitude of other countries and their commitment to the ideas of multipolarity, and will continue to treat with respect your own ways of development and your view of our future. As the head, our head, Rustam Nurgalevich, emphasized, we'll take into account all the speeches today, and we shall generalize them and prepare our proposals, and we'll send you copies to our guests of honor. Yes, sir, we'll send to you our proposals of experts for our joint work in the future. And now, in conclusion, I want to invite you all to lunch. This is a hall next to us, and our volunteers will take you there. We'll go there together. And as to our departure, it's planned for 2 hours, and the buses will start. And those who want to go to the hotel can go to the hotel, and those who want to go to the expo to participate in the events of the Economic Forum will go at 2 o'clock there. So, in any case, at 5:30 p.m., the buses will leave the hotel for the reception. The reception given by the head, by the Rais of Tatarstan, Minikhanov. So the reception in honor of our today's session and in honor of the Economic Forum. So 5:30 departure of buses, and we can continue our contacts in this informal way. So now to lunch.
Спасибо. Чего?